Why the chat not showing up? Are you cheating, man? I got the link right here. I know I didn't put it on private. Why would I put it on private? We haven't done anything. There it is. They still ain't started. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I went and done stuff and came back. They still ain't came on yet. Let me come back and see if anybody here. Are we live? So I told everybody we live and nobody here. Seriously. I told everybody we live and nobody here. That's just sad. Well, let's go back. Hey, who am I? I just did tell her. I was about to hit you up too. I told you I was going live with the WitcherCon. I just put it on both of y'all. I let No Anybody Cares know too. Ain't nobody come. I like, what happened? Liz said she just told Naya. Well, I told her too. And I just told her again. And I think I hit you again. I just hit nobody cares again. I just hit the three of y'all. What's going on? Who am I? What you been up to? We waiting on this daggone White House. I didn't want to miss it. Yeah, I'm feeling better. I got the burners on. I had the burners on. I got the house real warm. And then nobody cares told me to make the last of this chicken noodle soup. I made it like half an hour ago. Let me warm it up. But yeah. Okay, No Night by Kev says she'll be in. She in the middle of something right now. She got something going on. But she said she coming. I got that shirt over there hanging up. I don't feel like putting it on. We're tired. Let me put on a regular shirt. Let's put on that regular. Let me put on a shirt here. Like I said. We're gonna use today. The first one I picked up. One of the favorites. This is what I picked up. Hey. Waiting on the prayers. Waiting on the prayers. Yeah, he almost took that over. I don't know why. He didn't get a thing out of it. I don't know why. He gets a thing out of it. I mean, it doesn't make it any lesser. It doesn't make it any lesser. Don't need to. We're going to go to the tower and stop to it. We're going with that. 85. All right, give me a fork. Hey, guy. It wasn't planned, Liz. No name by Cash sent me the link. Oh no, Liz said her husband is sick. Everybody give a prayer for Liz's husband. No, but we still waiting for him. Hey, it's a live stream starting soon. It says it's live and the chat been disabled. I tell you, I'd have made a great politician. Cause just like them, I'm always late. That's what's on y'all screen right now. We just sitting here waiting it. You said it says live stream starting soon. Let me do a refresh. It says live stream starting soon. It says there's 36,000 people watching right now. If anybody got a link and said it already happened, please put it in the chat. Hold on. And we came right back here. Y'all see it, we came right back here. We came right back here, waiting for the event to begin. This is Fox News. It says live at 5 p.m. Yeah, but like I told you, No Night by Cass sent us some links. And one of them was this. And I said, well, it ain't happened yet. Let's go ahead and maybe we can get some of them views. So I decided to go ahead and play it. Maybe we can get some of them views. Oh, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm here. Now, yesterday, I forgot to turn the camera on. I mean, the microphone on. Today, I forgot to turn that on. Yeah, I just searched online. Fox News is waiting too. They're just late. Liz said her husband going to the doctor tomorrow. I hope he's okay. Now, are you doing the right thing, Liz? Do you have him isolated? When you make him something, wheel it to in front of the door. You said it's only 5 people? That's better than nothing. Considering. Liz said he downstairs with Lysol wipes. He need to be upstairs in the bed. Let him watch his sports. When you bring him stuff, put it on a tray and leave it outside the door. When he's done with it, have him sit it outside the door. You take it back downstairs and you wash it and sterilize it. You sleep in a spare bedroom. Liz said she tossed his items downstairs. Okay, but you got to go cook, so you got to be around him. You should have tossed him upstairs, and you stay downstairs. He want his favorite slippers. He want his robe. He wants something. He got to come upstairs. You make the sacrifice and stay on the sofa. Just be careful, Liz. No, not Kev was right. I feel this warm soup going through my bloodstream. You put them down there with the doves. Liz said we sanitize on everything he touches. That's right. All right, y'all, hold on a second. I see 23 hours ago. I see 2 days ago. I see 5 months ago. 1 week ago. I don't see anything that said today. Let me go to the White House and see. So we live right now. I don't know what's taking them so long. Hey, I'm enjoying this soup. Next time I go to the market, I'm gonna get 12 cans of these chicken noodle soup. I forgot about it. We're going to have to move on with the show. I'm trying to wait patiently, but all right, y'all, we need somebody to stay and watch. We need somebody that got 2 devices. Can somebody have us on and have this on at the same time? I'll put the link in the chat. Can somebody monitor this? Because we can go on with the show. You know, we just sitting here waiting. There's the link. Can somebody monitor that? Just put it on if you got another phone, or if you got a tablet, or if you got an extra PC, can somebody just put it on and let us know when they come on? Any volunteers? That hit the spot. I hope the president starts signing that stimulus package. We can get to the market and get some more soup. I want some soup and some tuna fish. Maybe that chat not updating. Hello, is anybody going to watch out for us? Oh, that's right. We don't have any now. Ah, that's okay. I have to play my songs then. I don't know why you showing it like that, but okay. Thank you. Oh, we on the instrumental, that's why. I like the originals better, but okay. I ain't even dressed right for it, but that's okay. I ain't gonna. That's it. It's all right.
This is Brother Derrick, Minister Brother Derrick, and I want to come to you, and I want to tell you things that you can use, and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this, so I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right, but our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars, sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you yet. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black or white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil at this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. He's hoping that you slip. He chips away at your faith and strips away from God's grace. Believe in Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff, scouting, shouting things in your ear, chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert, then go to the Father, and tell Satan in his arms, you man, don't even bother. But I say this, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says, no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants, go along with the crowd, and feel the wrath of that tongue. This country's going for heaven to never come. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge unfurl. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derrick, and this is a new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show, and I am Minister Brother Derrick. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. Wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. Your time comes. It will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot. So like that. You know your soul will go on forever. So you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony cry never ceases. There's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you now, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this ground, I sure don't say, what you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? We'll do it the fast track. So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping in this business up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. If you think that we're so innocent to you, they think of foreign countries, Texas, Ireland, nations of people don't know God, only biblical earth, like a Alabama law. Most Americans believe in one God, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the sin. So we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. Because you have a desire to make that easy money. Drive the fancy car. You feel like a star. When you enter the bar or club, deep down your spirit isn't for God or his ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. Minister Brother Derrick. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered soft. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no moral. And you see where the world is going to be. We get no credit. So this is for those who are ignorant, who are remaining, who are thinking on the key. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk about a strike as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide. And if he let me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sitting it, come to God, and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. The most people I come off as righteous, but if tempted, I might just do a few of the things that God can't stand and crown on. Every day, I've been reborn, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. Sometimes I wonder, is it ring a father? I remain devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, killing, cheat, seem content, while Christians like me, all time spent struggling. It should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but I can tell someone who's living it up to give it up when they're approaching high. Doing right is a headache. That's got to be a better road today. You know, a middle ground between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow me. I'm not debating, but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I think that he's like an extension cord. I welcome all the stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. So let the light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning in, come to God and start winning. I roll with the Lord, is in control, he's in heaven, is my home, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. There's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I use the word of God as my force, my resource. Becoming immune to the negativity that's around me. The devil has a battle on my head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been wrecked before, but it's okay. The devil can play his mind game, but he can't hurt me right now. That's mercy. He tries to distract me physically, financially, but these things don't mean jack to me. I turn my back to me. It's not easy. It's getting bad. Things could be greedy. So always want what we can't have. So when trigger means nothing to me, hey, don't make me laugh. I feel the torment with a difference. It's all show. The more these things will take me where I got to go. But if I cheat or steal, then I'll lose all protection. For a house, for election, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Go into all my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I sing to the like an extension cord. I welcome all the stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he let me live another day, I can take it and get it.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. Wrong button. Okay. Hey, no night podcast. This says it's supposed to be at 5. What time are they going by? I don't know. But I just found out. I don't know what's going on with the I don't know why we suddenly having problems here. Let me restart the radio. All right. Restart the radio. What in the world? The whole thing just flashed. I didn't ask you to go there. I really did not ask you to go there. I wanted to get the link. The PC doing what it wanted to do. Oh my God, you doing what you want to do. Seriously. The heck are you doing? PC doing what it wanted to do, y'all. It's literally doing what it wanted to do. So alrighty, y'all. Before we start the sermon, something was brought to my attention. A former member of the BD family is live, and let's give him a shout out. What's he doing?
Now, some of you are going to say, Artsy, why are you ruining a perfectly good guitar? That's a very good question, to be honest. And as many of you know, on my art channel I never draw first. But since this is not my guitar, I can't take that risk with this burning. I have got some wacky videos coming up soon, but I mean, I've just got to slowly get myself back. Did anyone do Dana's art challenge, Under the Sea? Thank you everyone watching on Facebook. I am actually on YouTube as well, so that's why I'm a bit, if you hear me, I'm not going mad, I'm just on YouTube as well. So thank you for watching. You guys actually have the better view for some reason. But thank you everybody for joining me tonight, because you could be watching the news or speaking to loved ones right now. And I would definitely recommend telling people that you love them, because the way things are going, you never know. I've been mad for a long time. Definitely, Chrissy. You know the first thing people are going to do? Go for the biggest so-and-so in the bars of their life. I don't want to say the word because YouTube will probably ban me, but
So all right, y'all, we back. We went over there and took a look at y'all remember Tyrone Talk of the Week? He's all artsy fartsy now, and he just made a video. Somebody let me know about it, so we went over there and took a look. And like I said, if y'all want to go check them out. Why am I freezing? What's going on? No, the OBS looks good, so I don't know what's going on. But alrighty, let's get back to our show. Now he said the pollen is already developing on our cars. I always get sick during this time. Liz said my husband hardly ever gets sick, which is concerning. He said he hasn't traveled for close to 2 weeks, so I hope it isn't anything seriously. She said she hasn't seen Artsy in a while. So alrighty, y'all. Let's get back to what we were doing. I don't know what's going on with the government, but as usual, they slow. So let's take a look at our topic for the day. And I had some stuff and I lost it. I can't find it, so I had to hurry up and re-download something. Wait a minute, why is that not? Where's the chat at? Hold on a sec, y'all. This is crazy. I don't know how I lost the chat. Wait a minute. Live chat and pop out chat and put it on live chat. Okay. Liz said chicken breast is the healthiest things from the thighs and legs. Everything is strange. Well, that leads us into our topic. Now, can we go back? All right. Our topic today is on the power of prayer. Because what other defense do we have against this outbreak? There is no cure. There is no antibiotic that will disable it. No Night by Kaz has sent us some links today that made me cringe. But before we get to that, I wanted us to first focus on what can we do? Because after we watch these links, it looks terrible. Even if you survive the virus, it does damage to your lungs. It literally leaves holes in your lungs, which later on in life is going to give you problems. So even if you survive the virus, it leaves damage. Liz said BD, a topic would be, what is a selfish prayer? You say, what is a selfish prayer? You know what we do here at the MBS show? Because I have an idea of what you're talking about. Let's go. But the first thing that popped up. Let's go tackle it. Selfish prayer. This is probably one of those articles that discusses something everyone else already knows and has already thought about, but for which I am a bit late to the party. I'm not necessarily the sharpest knife in the drawer, and sometimes you need to give me a little extra time to figure these things out. So bear with me. A little while ago, I was sitting around waiting for something exciting to happen. I began to think about the phrase selfish prayer. I'm not quite sure why, but the phrase just struck me as one that would be worth thinking about. And so I did it. It turns out it was well worth pondering. As I first considered selfish prayer, I thought about the obvious applications for it. Prayers that revolve around me, my needs, my wants, my desires, and my dreams. I pray selfishly when I focus primarily on what I want from God rather than what He wants for me. And I pray selfishly when I focus on what I want at the expense of what others might want to need. Though we read a good deal about prayer in the Bible, we still do not really know how it works. We know that God hears the prayers of those who are His children, that He sometimes chooses to answer prayer and sometimes chooses not to. We know that He warns us against prayers that are offered in a spirit of pride, or prayers that are offered in a spirit of selfishness, and against prayers that are offered as testimonies to my own goodness rather than to God's grace. Ultimately, we know that prayer is part of the secret counsel of God, and much is hidden to us. Much about it is hidden to us. But these are things I've considered before. I've often thought of the strange fact that during many of the wars that have raged in days past, men on both sides of the conflict have prayed to God for protection and victory. Perhaps the American Civil War was the most notable of these, for there were God-fearing men who are known for their godliness and desire to honor and serve God, each trying to defeat the other and each pleading for God's assistance in doing so. Why God ultimately chose to answer the prayers of Abraham Lincoln rather than those of Robert E. Lee is something we do not know. Somehow it served God's purposes. These are difficult issues, but I've thought about this and wrestled with it in the past. As I continued to consider selfish prayer, I was struck with my own lethargy in prayer. I was struck by the fact that so often I am simply too lazy, too tired, too distracted to pray at all, or at least to pray as I should. And this comes on the heels of witnessing some amazing answers to prayer and hearing testimonies about God's goodness through prayer. Just yesterday, our pastor hinted at some amazing things that are unfolding in and around our church and remarked, this comes just after our church's week of prayer. Just this morning, Dr. Moeller published an article in which he reflected on his time being critically ill. A lesson he learned in this crisis was the value of the blessings of friends and the reality of the church. He was ministered to by members of his local church as well, and he believes he has never met, as well as believers he has never met. Their concern was great encouragement, he writes, and their prayers were incredible gifts. This just confirmed what I've been thinking about yesterday. Prayer is not just something I do for myself. Prayer is not something I do even primarily for myself. Rather, prayer is something I do for God. My focus in prayer is not to be on me, but on God. My focus is not to be on what is important to me, but what is important to God. It may be and should be that these are one and the same. I do hope that I am captivated and stirred by what is of importance to God. Somehow, along this journey of life, and despite reading some very good books on the subject, I have adopted a selfish view of prayer that places me in the middle of the prayer. Instead of focusing on God and His will, my prayers have far too often focused on myself and my will. This has led to far too many prayers that barely go beyond myself. A while back, I read John Piper's description of how he prays, and it struck me that I pray in much the same way. He speaks of praying on concentric circles, beginning with himself, moving to his family, then to his church, then growing ever wider to communities, nations, and the world. I love this method, but I realize how often I spend a great deal of time in that small circle in the middle. I put less time into the inner circle and may just stop there. Maybe on a good day I'll move a little bit further, but sooner or later my prayers peter out and I see that I've given a lot more time to myself than to the rest of the world combined. This is selfish. It's selfish prayer. In my laziness and in my selfishness, I have denied others prayer that is rightfully theirs. And forgetting to pray for my community, I have robbed them of prayers I ought to have provided for them. Who else will pray for these people if I do not? Who knows the opportunities that have been lost because I have not been faithfully praying for them? And forgetting to pray for my friends, I have robbed them of prayer that should be an expression of my love for them. And who knows what pain might have been avoided and what trials they may not have had to face if only I had been faithfully praying for them. As I move from small circles to the large, I see just how selfish my prayers have been. So what is selfish prayer? It seems to me that perhaps the most selfish prayer of all is the prayer that is never uttered. It is the prayer that focuses on me and never reaches to others who are so desperately in need of God's grace. Thank you, Liz. Now, we went and took a look. And that's what I was going to say. So, perfect. But I'll go ahead and say what I was going to say anyway. A selfish prayer is pretty much what it says. It's when you are thinking of the lines of yourself. What do you need? You know, you might be trying to get a job. You might be trying to get a car. You might be trying to get some furniture. You might try to get an advancement position on the job. But when you pray for these things, do you pray for the betterment of the job, the betterment of your household, the betterment of your community? Because maybe you want that new car, but your finances say you can't get it, but you want it. You know that if you get it, you're going to cause the other members of your family to struggle. But you want it. So you praying to God for it. And God knows that you don't need it. You got a car, but you want it. Or you want a job. And is there two people that are better than you for that position, and you know they're better than you, but you want that position? You won't put the work in to be better than the other two that are up for it, but you selfishly pray because you want the position, even though in your heart you know those two are better suited for it. That's what's called being selfish. And it reminds me of when we did the sermon on how will you feel if you make it to paradise and your mate doesn't? If you make it to paradise and your children doesn't? If you make it to paradise and your parents don't? If you make it to paradise and your best friend doesn't? Will you miss them? Will you care? And we went and we looked. Unlike this topic, which had thousands of answers, there was only one answer for that question. And it relates to this question. Because of selfishness, that's the reason why nobody else asked that question. Because most people are worried about, I need to get there. And then once I get there, then I'll worry about everybody else. See, because they're selfish. That's why there were no more entries. Because as much as you may love your husband or wife, you worried about getting there. Much as you love your kids, you worried about getting there. Much as you love your parents, you worried about getting there. And this is something that happens a lot. I addressed this in a song called Black People Wake Up, where I got on the older men who have the job and they could help younger men come on the job. But they won't. They won't go seek them. And if one of them will come up and say, hey, can you put in a word for me? Can I get a job there? Nah. I'm the only black person they hired. And if they hire you, you ain't gonna show up. You gonna be late. You just gonna mess it up for everybody else. But the real reason is that younger person is gonna come there and work circles around your old butt. That's the reason why you don't come back and try to get the young people off the corners and get them working. Because you know that youth, they will run circles around you. They will produce more than you will. And the boss man might say, you're getting kind of old, we might have to let you go and get another one of these young bucks. That's the reason why. See, that's selfishness. So when this person was praying, for that job opportunity years ago, he wasn't thinking about the youth. But now that he's gotten a little older and the youth see him and they see that he's on his own house, they see that he on his car, they see that he had the nice suit on in church Sunday, they come to him, hey, can you help us get a job? And instead of him saying, let me see what I can do, he wanted to discourage them. Why? Because he feels threatened. He feels like the young bucks will come outshine him. And I told y'all about the story. When I was working at Bob's Big Boys, I was a dishwasher. I used to keep that place spotless. But I was about 18. And then the manager wanted me to learn how to be a chef. So I started cooking. I was still, when I first started, I would come in and clean the back up and then go in the kitchen. And that's how I would learn. I would go hurry up and do my chores and then go in the kitchen. The management liked the way that the kitchen was kept, that they decided to hire another young boy because I actually got some compliments from some of the people on the food that I was cooking. And in reality, the supervisor had came back there and helped me with it, but she let me take the credit. She came and she helped me make that meal for them people, and they were very happy. They left a tip for the chef and the waiter. That's how happy they was. And so management wanted me to stay in the kitchen. And so they brought a young buck in. So I was in the kitchen for 4 out of the 5 days, but I would see the young buck and he'd be like, you legendary. All everybody talk about is what you did. Well, guess what? I'm going to do better. And he came in there and he hustled. And instead of me saying, you know what, he might take my shine, I started sharing some of my tactics, because in reality, if he did well, they wouldn't need me to go back. Instead of thinking, well, if I teach him too much, they might say, well, we can get rid of Derrick, we can have a young boy, and he's cheaper. I didn't think that way. I helped them the best I could. And he would come up, and I did this extra, and I'd be like, Keep on, man. Keep on. You're going to be right here in the kitchen with me. You keep on doing what you doing. I would encourage him. I wouldn't discourage him. Well, I don't know why you're doing all that. You're only making $5.30 an hour. But this is what somebody selfish would do. And this is why we don't grow. Why we don't unify. Why we aren't together on anything except police brutality. We can get together on police brutality. We can get together and jump on somebody online. But we can't get together in any other facet of life because everything is me, 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 me. If you live in a city, there are thousands of people in your city. If all you're concerned about is yourself, when you get in trouble, when you need help, and then you want to try to reach out, there's nobody there. Because you haven't extended yourself out to the people around you. So they're not going to feel no tie to you, no relation with you. And this is why people can sit there and see you get robbed and not do anything. They can see you get beat up right in their yard, and they won't come out and do anything because they don't see you. They don't see you as a neighbor. They don't see you as an associate. They don't see you as a pal. They see you as whoever that is. Yeah, the guy across the street, whatever it is. That's all they see. And that makes you expendable. And when their kids grow up, their kids don't have no problem killing you. Because they see that the parents treat you like you are expendable. So why shouldn't they treat you like you are expendable? Why shouldn't they rob you? You ain't nobody. If you step on that new tennis shoe they just bought, why shouldn't they blow your head off? You ain't nobody. Until we learn to stop being so selfish and actually deal with each other as equals. Well, he ain't never got no dang on money. He drank too much. He on the drugs. I ain't gonna fool with him. But what you don't know is, as you not fool with them, who are they fooling with? You don't know. And one day you might walk down that street and walk into something you can't get out of. But the people that know them know not to come around. But you won't know because you don't know them and you walk aimlessly, blindly right into a situation. And ain't nobody gonna come help you because they don't know you. You have to know. And I keep trying to tell y'all, make sure that Jesus know you. If your neighbor don't know you, how are we supposed to believe Jesus know you? If I could come on your block right now and somebody could say, I could say to them, hey, do you know Joan? There ain't no Joan here. Do you know Joan? They might say, Joan, is that lady that live across the street? That might be her. If that's the answer I get, you in trouble. Because your own neighbors don't know who you are. If your neighbors don't know who you are, and you're not talking to them, and you're not talking to Jesus, why should he know who you are? Well, I did all this stuff in your name. I don't know you. I keep trying to bring that back to y'all so y'all don't forget it. I don't want y'all to forget that part. I don't want y'all to forget it. But when you do talk to Jesus, always mention his name first. Jesus, in your sweet name. When you've talked to him a few times, then start sending messages to God through Jesus. When I've said what I wanted to say to Jesus, and then I want to talk to God, I'll say, Jesus, in your sweet name, to Lord God the Father. And then I start. But you got to realize that you can't spend the whole time telling them what you need. God is not a bank machine. If there's something that you really want, you can suggest it. You don't have to harp on it. Because if you harp on it, then you're more interested in that than you are of him. So why should he grant you? You're supposed to be more interested in him than anything else. But you're more interested in getting that new job position. You're more interested in hitting the lottery. You're more interested than going on that trip to Las Vegas. You're more interested than trying to beat out your nemesis on the job for that position. You're more interested in being put in charge of the Ladies Lounge Association. You are more in charge of getting put in the head of the neighborhood watch when you don't even watch anything. When you focus everything on you, your power of prayer dwindles. If it's always about you, it dwindles. You know the one thing that I don't pray for? I don't pray for views. I don't pray and say, well, how come this person ain't saying nothing and they getting... I don't do that. Because when I do that, I'm making myself look weak in front of my God. He knows that before I even say anything. So why do I gotta say it? If this is where he want me at, this is where he wants me at. But why moan and groan? Instead of moaning and groaning about how few people are in the chat, let me try to take care of the people that I do have and show him through action, through effort, through trying that I can handle more. Maybe he doesn't think I can handle more. Maybe that's why I'm not giving more. So rather than complain, man, I can't believe, man, we sat here and we did 8 hours and we only got 150 views. Come on, man. $150 should be 30. And I don't care what nobody say. If you can get 150 people to watch you, with all the YouTubers that's on right now, it's thousands of YouTubers. That's good. But you got people, you should hit 1,000. You ain't doing 1,000, you know. I got 1,000 people. I got 2,000 people in my room, you know. See, you can't worry about what they doing. You got to focus on what you've been given. And when you show that you can handle it, it will grow. So why keep praying about something that you're not ready for? Because I'll be honest with you. Sometimes it's hard to... I couldn't imagine trying to keep track of a chat that just moves like that. It'd be nice, but you know, I'll fall behind in the chat and we'll only have 5 or 6 people here. You gotta stop wanting stuff before you're ready for it. We always impatient. And it's only because, hey, we only got 80 years down here, you know. Jesus and God been here forever. I mean, there ain't no rush to do nothing. We rushing. You know, I gotta hurry up and get married, have a child before my eggs don't work no more. We the ones in a rush. They not rushing, we are. And we try to rush them. If you meant to do something, it's going to happen. If you are meant to do something, it's going to happen. But work on your craft instead of worrying about why you're not getting nowhere. Maybe they want you to stay right there. Maybe you want to move and they don't want you to move. I tell you the opposite of what people tell you. They tell you sometimes you stay too long and they want you to move on. Sometimes you don't stay long enough. Sometimes you need to stay right where you are and show that you want to go further. Because why get all these people and then you can't handle it? So stop worrying about what somebody else is doing and stop letting somebody who might seem to be doing better than you, but in reality, they not happy. Because you can look in their face and you can see, look in their eyes. Look at their attitude. You can see they not happy. They might be doing better than you, but are they happy? And that's a good question to ask. The next time you go to work and you sit next to your coworker, and instead of looking at them, yeah, you know you want my job, actually look at them and see, are they happy? You'd be surprised. You'd be like, man, you start to feel sorry for them. Just because somebody got more than you, that don't mean they better than you. Sometimes they need that more just to keep themselves from committing suicide. Because they might be jealous of you and you don't even notice it. They might want to be you so bad. You don't notice it. Because you're too busy worrying about what they got that you don't have. What good is somebody living in a big old house with a whole bunch of money and ain't got nobody to spend it with? I'd rather be stable with a family and we having a good old time and going on vacations. It might not be to Disney World, but we spending time together. I would rather do that than to be rich and be sitting in the big old house and have to do everything alone, or had to have a butler or somebody there, or had to pay somebody to come hang out with me. I'd rather have enough funds to do what I need to do and have people to do it with. Some people can have that. Most people don't. Either they don't have the funds and have the people, or they have the funds and don't have nobody to give a damn about them. And you either or. There are some beautiful people. People that are just beautiful, sexy, handsome, whatever you want to call them. They never know if the person is with them because of the way they look or because they really like them. It's the same thing with rich people. They don't know if somebody with you because they really like you or because you have an abundance. I don't envy that position. I'd rather be stable, so I stay grounded. And if somebody comes around that has less, then I can carry them. If somebody comes around that has more, they can carry me. But I don't have to always be at the top of the totem pole. Sometimes being at the top is worse than being at the bottom. And if you're at the bottom, people will feel sorry for you. Don't nobody feel sorry for nobody at the top. Be like, you had it all, man. You let it go. I ain't got no news for you, man. You had it all and you blew it. I ain't got nothing to say to you. Somebody that never not had nothing, well, hey, let me give you a hand up, man. Let's see what you can do. We already know what they did. They had it and blew it. So sometimes being at the top is just as bad as being at the bottom. Especially if you're not ready. Let me take a look at the chat. I've been ignoring y'all. I'm sorry. Oh Lord, y'all been talking up a storm. It said, NNC, I'm praying for you. My husband is now sick. I really hope I don't catch anything. Naya said, Artsy. Liz said, I'm sure I will have symptoms within the next couple of days. Liz said, I woke up stuffy this morning. She said, Artsy's from the UK. Naya said, Liz, don't forget it's algae season. Liz said, wow, that's awesome. Liz said, yes, Naya, the pollen is already developing. Okay, I already read this. Liz says, it's crazy how chicken breast can be found in stores. Liz said, chicken breast is the healthiest from the thighs and legs. Naya said, everything is strange. Liz said, yes, Naya, I saw so many people buying milk today. Liz said, it almost made me think I need to grab me a carton, laugh out loud. Need it, she said. Liz said, BD, a good topic is be what about selfish prayer. Naya said, laugh out loud. Liz, same here. Liz said, I've heard that so many times growing up. Liz said, Naya, a man sneezed while I was passing by in the market. He didn't even cover his nose. And you should have cussed him out. Liz said, I had to bite my tongue. People are not taking this virus seriously. Liz says, you're welcome, BD. Yes, thank you, Liz. Naya said, Liz, I wish as a cashier sneezed the same way. Liz said, Naya, I gave him the meanest look ever. I wanted to say more, but I just kept on. Naya said, Liz, I went to the south. Check out after I witnessed the sad people aren't more cautious. Liz said, Naya, this was Aldi's. I visited and they did not have a self-checkout at our place. Liz said, I thought I was being smart by going there to avoid a lot of people. Liz said, so BD, praying for the virus not to hit your family, would that be considered a selfish prayer? No. If you only prayed for yourself and your husband, and you didn't pray for everybody in the neighborhood, or everybody around the country, or everybody around the world, if you didn't pray for nobody but you and yours, that's selfish. And not saying that to pray for yourself is selfish. But if you pray for yourself and don't pray for anybody else, that's what makes it selfish. Because think about it. God has to look out for everybody. So I'll give you an example. If, let's say you going for the job of vice president and you're already top supervisor. Say somebody under you, they got a family, kids about to go to college. They could really use that extra money. That position doesn't pay much more than what you have, but it's a high title. The best way to handle that is to pray for both you and your competition. Because if you don't get it, you should want to have a good rapport with the person that's now coming from under you and might be over you. If you treated them bad because they were under you, what are they going to do if they get the position and are now over you? But if you had a good experience with them, when they go over top of you, you're going to be good. So it won't matter who get the position. If you treated that person fairly, they're going to treat you fairly when they go over top of you. And if you've helped them and made them better, they're going to attribute you with the success. And they never going to forget you. So either way, you still good, whether you get it or not. It's not much more money than you're making. But you in a good spot, they in a good spot. You get along with that person, there shouldn't be no problem at all. Next time the next position open up, you should be able to shoot past that person. And that person won't have a complaint. You didn't complain when they shot past you. But
she was under me. How she get the job? Oh, no, this is not right. I want somebody here.
With that kind of attitude, you won't get anywhere. You'll be stuck. Liz said, but will we ever consider each other as equals? That's a question that doesn't have an answer. Because I'm not worried about what the next man think of me. I'm worried about what God and Jesus think of me. And if God and Jesus think that I'm doing all right, ain't nobody on earth that can make me feel bad. But I know that when I go to somebody, I'm going to treat them as an equal. Will they treat me back as an equal? That's not my problem. That's not my issue. But my God knows that I treat them as an equal. Now, if they don't treat me back as an equal, that's something that they're going to have to answer for. They're going to have to answer to God for that. See, we want, when somebody do something to us, we want to react right then and there. A lot of the times, it's not our job. Sit back and then watch what happened to them. Because a lot of the times, you see people that do something to you, and guess what? You don't see them. They start having the worst luck in the world. People start dying in the family. They go under. They had to file bankrupt, and you just sitting there looking like, damn. You know, I should have punched them in the mouth, but you ain't got to. But if you intervene and do punch them in the mouth, then you take God out of it. You take God out of it. And then you increase that person. Because instead of punishing that person, since you went on and took your own reward, then why should God punish them? You got the reward. No night by Cash says she'll be alone. Let me share. And she just sent another link. They said they didn't have much now. They didn't have fresh fruit and veggies. Liz said as far as meat, there was nothing really left. Liz said, I just grabbed some beef stew and steak. Liz says, yes, PD, well considers equals. Liz said, till this day, everyone is still a judge. You know, I keep telling y'all, don't judge the person. Whether y'all believe it or not, some of the most evilest people in the world are nice to the people they love. Don't judge the person. Judge the behavior. When you see somebody tell you one thing and do something else, judge them by what they do. If somebody tells me, don't go messing around with nobody, but then they go mess around with somebody, They telling you not to do it, but they won't stop doing it. And then when you ask them, well, why are you telling me not to do it and you still doing it? And they say, well, you know, don't do what I do what I say. You got to leave that person alone. That person is a hypocrite. That person is led by the demonic spirit. You got to watch that behavior. At least they decent enough to tell you, don't do what I do. But you can't trust that person and you can't be around them. You can judge by the behavior, not the person. They might be the nicest person in the world. They might be funny, might be great to hang around, and guess what? They got issues. And if you don't judge by the way they handle them issues, you're going to get caught in them issues, and it might cost you your life. So you got to learn how to discern by what somebody says. If I come to you and I say, I'm not going to go smoke no weed, and then you see me a week later, we do a mobile live, and you see me out buying weed, how can you take me seriously? If I tell you I'm not going to buy drugs, and 2 weeks later we go do a mobile live, and I go buy some drugs from somebody, when somebody tell you something, watch and see if they do it. Because you can't judge the person. That's God's job. But you can judge by what they do to decide whether or not you should be hanging around them. Maybe you should limit your contact. Maybe once a week they'll come by and say hi. If you know they on drugs and they might steal, then you need to put your valuables up when they come around. You might need to keep an eye on them. You might need to have a kid hide behind the sofa or something. You might have to put a camera out and have somebody in the back room watching it and be like, oh, it's been a great time. Come on, Jane now. Jane, come on now. Give me back the silver candle shakers. Give me back the gold plate you took. Come on now. Don't do me like that. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. But that don't mean don't enjoy the person. Just don't let them get too close to you. Whereas they can pull you down with them. You know? If, same example I gave earlier. If there is a person that you know struggle with drugs, and they claim that they've been in the rehab, and they ask you to help them, can you speak for them so they can get a job at the plant you work at? Say, give me a couple of weeks to think about it, and then I'll see what I can do. And then watch them. Even if you have to get somebody younger, you have to give, you know, your little nephew $5. Go keep an eye on that person and let me know what they do. If after 2 weeks your nephew come back and say, hey, he been going out job hunting, he ain't been doing anything, then you contact the person and say, I'm going to take you to the job with me tomorrow, and I'm going to vouch for you to the boss man and try and get you a job. Now, if the nephew come back and say, man, the first couple of days he was going out looking for a job, and then he been going to the crack man every day. He been going to the crack man it's like every 5 hours he back at the crack man. Then you know you can't vouch for him to your boss. But you ain't judging the person, you judging the behavior. We got to learn the difference. You might like the person. The person might be funny. He might be entertaining. He might set your parties and little groups off. Y'all ladies might have the card playing auxiliary. And if they ain't playing bridge with y'all cracking jokes, y'all bored. So you might need the person for that reason. But you got to know, after the game is over and the fun is over, they got to go. They got to go before your stuff start being missing. They got to go because they start to get violent after a couple hours. And you don't want the other ladies in the cotillion to get beat up. So you got to learn how to manage people. Don't judge them. That's a better word. Manage them. You got to learn how to manage people. The same way the other day I tried to manage somebody. They couldn't be managed. It couldn't be done. Y'all in the chat tried to manage them. It couldn't be done. We tried. It couldn't be done. Sometimes you can't manage. Sometimes you just got to leave them alone. You know? Sometimes you just got to leave people alone. You got to realize your limitations as a human being, and you got to back off. Sometimes there's somebody you really care about, and you don't want to let go. But you got to let them go hit rock bottom. When they hit rock bottom, that's when you can go help them. But you got to let them hit rock bottom. Because they'll keep hanging on to maybe they can keep doing whatever they were doing wrong. And they can still be functional. You got to let them hit rock bottom. When they hit rock bottom, that's when they wake up. And you can't make a person hit rock bottom. The rock bottom for you might not be the rock bottom from somebody else. I know people who sold drugs and had their brother get locked up. That didn't stop them. I know somebody who brother got locked up and they said, I ain't doing this no more. Shoot. I seen somebody that got shot. They said, oh, I ain't doing it no more. I seen somebody seen their mother got murdered because they couldn't get to them, so they shot their mother. And that stopped them. Some people, you shoot a family member, they part of the game. They kept right on working. Everybody has a different rock bottom. You got to hit your bottom. When you hit your bottom, that's when you'll stop. This was my rock bottom. Do you see? It got cobwebs on it. Do you know why? Because it's down there on the daggone floor. And I hope to never use it again. That's my rock bottom. Because if I got to carry around a big old tank, how am I going to ride the bike with the big old tank? How am I going to ride that scooter with that big old tank? We ain't going to get up that hill. That's my rock bottom. It wasn't falling face down in the middle of the street. That wasn't rock bottom. It wasn't dying and coming back 5 times. That wasn't rock bottom. Having to lug around that big giant gas tank. That's my rock bottom. Y'all would say, what? Yeah, that was my rock bottom. That scared me more than anything. Because it's one thing to be disabled, but you don't have to show it. When you go to the doctors, they know it. But why does the person that just walk by you have to know you disabled? Why does the person that walk by you have to know you disabled? Somebody see you with a gas mask on and dragging around a tank bigger than you, they gonna know you disabled. There ain't no hiding it. There ain't no excusing it. Somebody see you ain't got no legs, they know you disabled. The video is up. Somebody followed me into the alley when I got home one day last week. And they saw me in that scooter and they thought I was disabled. I got out and started stretching. And they came up and started a conversation. And the guy gave me that look like, yeah. And I was looking right back at him. Try it. Try it and see how fast you get thrown on this concrete. It might be an overhead belly to belly. It might be a side salto. It might be a front slam. It might be a kick to the groin and a knee to the throat. It might be a forearm right in your eye. It might be a triple knee to the temple. It's going to be something. I don't know what Bro Darryl going to do to you, but I know it's one of those things. It might be one or two. It might be all of them. Depends on how much you can take. It ain't my problem. But I gave him a look. You can go around the head. Because as soon as I start reaching down there for that pepper spray and Sprite, that's all she wrote. You better knock me out before I pick it up. And I ain't never been knocked out a day in my life. The only thing that ever stopped me was my heart stopping. Nothing else. I've ran into brick walls. I've hit things. I ain't never been knocked out. Only thing that ever took me down was my heart. There ain't now one man walking this earth that say they knocked me out. There ain't one man that done walked this earth. There ain't a steel pole, a wooden beam, a fence. There ain't nothing. Not even utility poles can say they knocked me out. A tree can't say it knocked me out. I knocked down many trees. And I ain't saying that I'm bad. I'm not. But don't think because I'm riding around in a scooter, I won't jump up and kick you in your daggone throat. Don't get it twisted. Just because you are disabled, it don't mean you totally broke down. But I couldn't imagine defending myself, being entangled in them wires, and trying to fight somebody and trying to drag that daggone tank along. I just can't. You know what I mean? I you know what I'm saying? That's just crazy. So that's the reason why I can't smoke any cigarettes. That's the reason why I had to leave them alone. When I go to the hospital now, they don't ask me, are you on oxygen? When I go to the doctors, they don't ask me, are you on oxygen? But when I was smoking, they kept trying to put me on oxygen. I remember I was in the hospital and this nurse kept coming in there and she was hanging around and I told her, I said, you know, you really look nice today. I didn't hit on her. I said, you look nice today. She went out there, he gonna tell me I look nice today. Like I would really want to be with somebody that's that daggone sick. And most people would get angry at that. I didn't get angry. I said, you know what? That's the kind of person that I would beat up so fast. Because they would think that she was just broke down and wasn't no good. And they'd be flying through the air and don't know how they flying through the air. I just smiled. And that's why a lot of times you see me talking to people and you see me look, I don't know if y'all can see on the camera, I look them right in the eye. And I look at them like, try. Try. I'm not going to walk around scared. I know my limits. I know I got about 25 seconds of offense. You got to survive it. I got 25 seconds of offense before I start breathing hard. 25 seconds is a long time. Go grab some gloves and go outside and punch a tree for 25 seconds. Go kick a tree for 25 seconds. Go knee a tree for 25 seconds. That's a lot of time. If somebody gonna start, oh, the conference is live, finally. I said finally. All right, hold on. Let's come back here. I think now you got the link up.
This sounds like another one of them, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, as you know, CDC has offices all around the world right now to do our function to detect and prevent and respond to outbreaks where they occur. The China office is actually being augmented as we speak, and we've been embedded there for over 30 years. There's a reason they call it the Chinese CDC, because we've had that productive partnership.
And I wish, again, our relationship with China is a very good relationship. I wish they told us 3 months sooner that this was a problem. We didn't know about it. They knew about it, and they should have told us. We could have saved a lot of lives throughout the world. If you look at what's happening in Italy and Spain and a lot of other countries, we could have saved a lot of lives throughout the world. Kelly?
Mr. President, given the diagnosis for Senator Paul and people being self-quarantined, what concerns do you have about the direct threat to the function of the Senate, the ability to get this important package that people are waiting for passed? And should Americans be expecting you to extend the 15 days, given the climate of how this is spreading at this point?
Well, I hope we won't have to. It's possible, but we'll have to see how that works. As far as the Senate is concerned, we are looking at some of the folks are feeling very good. Some are quarantined, but they're negative. They may be totally fine. Okay. Others are positive. We're just finding this now for the first time. I mean, over the last 2 days, we found that.
Do you see it as a threat to the aid package that Americans are waiting for?
No, I don't see any threats at all. Honestly, I don't see any threats at all. It'll all work out. It is a question, and a very good question, I thought, that we are considering. Now, I don't know if you can do it constitutionally, but we are considering letting people vote, senators, congressmen and women, vote from a separate location, from an outside, namely a hospital or a home, depending on where they are. So we are looking at that. It's a little trickier question, most people would believe, but we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President, speaking of the Senate, I think Kelly was kind of alluding to it. While we've been up here, they weren't able to get the 60 votes to move the package for the cloture vote. I'm just curious, just your reaction to that, sir. And then what is Mitch McConnell telling you and Secretary Mnuchin?
Well, we're dealing with them all the time, and we're dealing with Mitch. We're dealing with the other side. Everybody wants to get there. We'll see what happens. I think you'll get there. It's to me, it's not very complicated. We have to help the worker. We have to save the companies. Because as soon as we're finished with this war, it's not a battle, it's a war. As soon as we're finished with this war, our country is going to bounce back like you've never seen before. But we have to get it to that position, and we have to make sure that those companies are whole, that they haven't been disbanded. Because if you do that, it's going to take much longer. So in a way, it's being penny wise if you don't. But we want to help the worker. We want to help the companies that the workers come from. Because if those companies go out of business, and that includes small businesses, we have a tremendous amount of small business work in there, you know that. Once they go out and they don't come back, that's a much longer period of building.
You mentioned off the top, sir, I apologize. There was a woman that was an American that was she being tortured? What was going on there?
Bad things were happening to her in a certain country, and we're really under the feeling that we should keep it somewhat private until she's already been freed. And I have to tell you, General Milley and his people were unbelievable. They were not playing games. General Milley does not play games. He's a very interesting guy. They got her out. They got her out of a certain country where she was seriously abused, accosted, and whatever the maximum word is, other than death, that happened. But we got her out, and she's okay, and she's back with her parents.
Can I ask you one last question, sir? It's something I've just been curious about. Previous crises like the tsunami, Katrina, past presidents, they've called their predecessors and said, hey, I need you to step in, do something like that. Do you have any interest in reaching out to Presidents Bush, Obama, Clinton, Carter, or talking to them? I'm just curious if that's something you could consider or not.
Look, I have the best people in the world. I think we're doing an extraordinary job. If you look in, let's say, the H1N1, you look at that was a disaster. That was a tough period of time for our country. You look at so many other things that weren't handled very well, whether it's Katrina or something else. Look, I respect everybody, but I feel I have an incredible team, and I think we're doing an incredible job. When you look at the job we're doing, and all you have to do is look at the approval numbers on the job we're doing, I think we're doing an incredible job. So I don't want to disturb them, bother them. I don't think I'm going to learn much. And, I guess you could say that there's probably a natural inclination not to call. Now, if I felt that if I called, I'd learn something, and that would save one life. It would save one life. Okay, I would make the call in 2 minutes, but I don't see that happening. Please.
Can I ask you about the comments that a couple of your former aides have said today? Gary Cohn said, is it time to start discussing the need for a date when the economy can turn back on? Whereas Steve Bannon is saying, drop the hammer today on the virus. We're going to have to take the pain up front. We have to shut it all down.
I want
to ask about the tension between the economic pain we're suffering and, of course, the virus itself and the casualty and deaths from that.
Look, I'm of the opinion we have to do great during this 14 days, during the 15-day period. We'll know at the end of 14 days, pretty much, we're going to have a pretty good idea how we're doing. I think you have to shut it down and you have to see, but, there'll be a point at which we say, we're back in business, let's go. Those two statements are not mutually exclusive. You understand? I saw both of them today.
Well, I think
and they intermesh.
For more of a shutdown.
Well, he's calling for a faster, just a brutal shutdown, and then open up maybe a little bit faster. So there's that fine line. Look, we did a big shutdown when we wouldn't allow people from China that could have been very seriously infected, when we cut that off very early. And then we cut Europe off very early, as you know. So that was also very
When do you start opening Main Street?
Well, I can't tell you that. What I have to say is that I think we're going to have good results. I think the American people have been amazing. I think our stimulus package will get done, and it will be a tremendous package.
Get it done.
We're really not, they may not have gotten those votes, but they're very close to getting a deal done. So I'd be surprised if they didn't. And if they don't, I think, frankly, the American people will be very upset with the Democrats because the Republicans are ready to approve a deal. So the only reason a deal couldn't get done is pure politics. Yes, please.
Mr. President, despite your differences with New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, he says that the city is going to run out of basic hospital supplies by April. How do you prevent New York City from becoming the next Italy?
Well, he should have, the hospital systems in various places. Some have been stocked and ready to go for nothing for this. Nothing. This is beyond anything that anybody ever thought possible. I think you could really say this. Nobody can really doctor. Nobody can really say, oh, gee, this will happen. This is a very unique, and hopefully it will be unique for, many, many centuries, for a long time. Hopefully we don't see this again. But again, the systems are supposed to be ready, willing, and able. They're supposed to be ready to go. We are helping them a lot, and I have great love for New York City, and I have great love for New York State. and we're going to help them a lot. I mean, I was just saying, we're sending our ships up there. We're sending more than just this ship. We may be using, if we need, we'll be using some of the cruise ships that you've been reading about. We'll be using them also because they're very immediate and very quick. They can be there very quickly. We have good docking systems in the places that we're talking about. So we may be using some of the cruise liners that we're talking about. But no, I mean, I think Bill de Blasio is working very hard. I think he's trying very hard. It's a tough situation for him and every mayor, because nobody's ever seen the scale. You know, when you hear you've given millions of masks and you've given hundreds of thousands of masks in a certain short period of time, and then you hear they need many, many more. You know, one of the things they have started with respect to masks is the sterilization process. Some are really, it works very well. Others aren't really set up that way. You throw them out. But we have a sterilization process that's working very hard. Speaking of that, hand sanitizers, you know, when you asked the question on the companies and what's going on, we have many companies now. Companies that made whiskey, that made alcohol, they've now gone very quickly into the hand sanitizers and all of, you know, you've been reading about 3 or 4 big companies. We're doing incredibly well on that. There was no way if you took the existing companies that something like that could happen. But it happens almost, they'll call Peter Navarro or they'll call somebody. In one case, they called me. They said, we can do this, we can do that. We've had a lot of those calls where companies want to, there's a company in New Hampshire, a great company, they want to make ventilators. I never thought of them for ventilators, but they do make metal equipment and things out of metal. They'll be great, they'll make a great product. So Peter, I think you're seeing a lot of that, right? Sure. Yes, please.
Mr. President, the bill that is being contemplated by the Senate right now has a fund that has hundreds of billions of dollars for the Treasury Department to use to bail out states and localities, as well as specific industries such as cruises and hotels. Will you commit publicly that none of that taxpayer money will go towards your own personal
every time I do it, like for instance, I committed publicly that I wouldn't take the $450,000 salary. It's a lot of money, whether you're rich or not, it's a lot of money. And I did it, nobody cared. Nobody said thank you. Nobody said thank you very much. Now, I didn't commit legally. I just said, I don't want it. I don't want my salary. I work for zero. I don't want my salary. Nobody said, oh, thank you very much. But I guarantee you, if I ever took it, you would go out after me, you in particular, would go out after me like crazy. So I have no idea what they're talking about with regard to the one element. Everything's changing, just so you understand. It's all changing. But I have no idea. But every time I commit to do something, I committed to do my, look, I ran and everybody knew I was a rich person. I built a great company and people knew that, but I agreed to do things. I didn't have to. I still don't have to. But my company, I told the kids who are running it, I'm not running it, but I told them, don't deal with foreign companies, I didn't have to do that. I could have just ran and I didn't have to do that at all. And instead of being thanked for, again, not agreeing to do it, but just for not doing it, I get excoriated all the time. So I've learned, let's just see what happens, because we have to save some of these great companies. They can be great companies literally in a matter of weeks. We have to save them. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can I go back to your announcement at the top about the National Guard and then also the medical structures that are going to be built? Okay, so you had said that there would be 8 large medical structures that will be built in California with more than 2,000 beds. And then I think I heard you say there would be 4 small medical structures in the state of Washington with 250 beds. And could you say what cities and areas those are going to be in specifically?
So we are filling the governor's request, and so we send that resource to them. They'll put it to best use. They'll put it to where they will have the most effect. So we don't dictate exactly where it goes. Again, it's a request from the state to the federal government for a certain asset, and those assets are sent to the governor can use it as he or she sees fit.
And you're still considering, you just said that using the cruise ships as well. So
if we need them, I hope we don't need them. I hope you're going to have great luck on Tuesday morning. We sent a lot of the medicine. We don't have to go into it again, but we sent a lot of the medicine to Governor Cuomo. I believe they already have it. And they have some very capable people. We spoke to Dr. Zucker, who is his primary representative on this. And we spoke to the governor himself, and I think he's excited about it like I'm excited about it. Now, will it work? I think it has a really good chance. I think it's worthwhile. Why should we be testing it in a test tube for a year and a half when we have thousands of people that are very sick? They're very, very sick. And we can use it on those people and maybe make them better. And in some cases, maybe save their lives. So Governor Cuomo told me they'll be using their supply, starting their supply on Tuesday morning. I think it's very exciting. I think because if that happens, much of what we're talking about with ships and hospitals and all of the things that we're doing and all of these masks and everything that we're ordering, ventilators, it's a whole different game if that happens. And we'll see. There's been some tremendous signs that this could work. Now, again, some doctors think it should go for years and testing, but, this has been something that's been around for many years. It's been phenomenal, strong, powerful drug for malaria. But we think it might work on this, based on evidence, based on very strong evidence. We're going to see, we're going to know on, sometime after Tuesday. But you'll have to ask Governor Cuomo. I think they're going to start the process. We've gotten them the drug. I think they're going to start the process of giving the drug through mouth. And I think that starts on Tuesday morning, he said. And that'll be, I tell you what, I don't want to get anybody overly excited, but I'm very excited by that, by the prospect of it. Then in addition to that, they're working, NIH is working on vaccines and all. They're making great progress, but the vaccine does have to be tested for a long period of time because you can't give, thousands, millions of people a vaccine and it turns out to be dangerous. So that does have to be tested. But this one's been taken for a long time, so we know pretty much one result. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask about China and President Xi. When was the last time you had a conversation with
Well, I don't want to exactly say that, but I have spoken to President Xi about this, specifically about this. And look, he doesn't want this. This is not something that he wants. And it happened. It happened to China. And one thing they told me, I was told by our great Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, that China's been buying a lot of our farm product. And I'm looking at different pricing, but China has, despite all of this, and it started, it's delayed it a little bit, obviously, but it started fairly recently. But China's buying, we made a new deal, as you know, with China, a very big trade deal, and China has been buying our agricultural product.
Masks, they've been a supplier of the United States of masks, of a lot of this equipment.
In fact, they're sending some masks. They're sending masks to Italy. They are sending masks to Italy. We're in a very good process with masks. But I'm a little upset with China, I'll be honest with you, because as much as I like President Xi and as much as I respect the country and admire the country, I have great admiration for the country, what they've done in a short period of time. Of course, our previous presidents allowed that to happen. You should say thank you very much to all of them. But they should have told us about this. And I did ask him whether or not we could send some people in. They didn't want that. Out of pride, I think really out of pride. They don't want us sending people into China to help them. China's a strong country. They have their scientists and they have their doctors, very smart, a lot of people. But I did discuss that about sending our people in, and they didn't really respond. We went again, they didn't respond. If they went in, they would have been able to give us a much earlier indication. But we had an early indication. That's why I closed out China. I felt it was my instinct, but that's why I closed out China at a very early time. Please.
Mr. President, are undocumented persons welcome at testing sites, and can they show up to be tested without fear of being reported to immigration officials for possible deportation?
It's really a fair question. I think I'll let, would you like to answer that question? Please, please. Surgeon General?
We know from a public health perspective that it is important that people who have symptoms can get tested, but as you heard earlier, we are Well, we know that the virus doesn't judge based on where you're from, and so it's important that we try to get people tested who have symptoms. But the important thing that we really want people to hear is that inpatients need to be tested. We need to prioritize our healthcare workers. And one thing I would like to say to you all very quickly on behalf of the doctors on the task force, healthcare workers, we hear you. We hear you, and we absolutely are prioritizing your health and safety, making sure healthcare workers can get tested, inpatients can get tested, people at highest risk. But to answer your question, yes, we absolutely want to make sure people who have symptoms who could be spreading it can get tested.
Sir, General.
Department of Homeland Security addressed that issue a few days ago. Customs and Border Protection actually issued guidance that absent certain circumstances, Customs and Border Protection does not target emergency rooms or health clinics. And I would refer you to the website. They issued a very clear statement making it clear to any person that is in need of a test or medical care that Customs and Border Protection is not focusing on emergency rooms or health clinics or the drive-through clinics.
That they could come in without fear of...
Yes, I'll answer that, and if that's not the policy, I'll make it the policy. And I was just saying, as Mike was saying, that the answer is yes, we will do those tests, because I think in that case it's important. I think that if you could say illegal alien, you could say illegal immigrant, you could say whatever you want to use your definition of what you're talking about. We're all talking about the same thing. Yes, we will test that person, because I think it's important that we test that person, and we don't want to send that person back into wherever we're going to be sending the person, whether it's another country or someplace else, because, you know, we're now bringing them right out of our country. But yeah, we will test those people. Okay?
Mr. President, General, the question, we were talking about this before the briefing. You know, a lot of folks, they're watching TV, they're reading up on this constantly. If you are not, somebody who's got a pre-existing health condition, but you all of a sudden you go, all of a sudden I just don't feel 100%. And then your mind just starts playing with you, right? You think, oh my God, I coughed 3 hours ago. Was that a first sign? When should those people really start to say, okay, maybe I need to call the doctor? Because you don't want to flood them. But a lot of people that are probably healthy right now are thinking, whoa, wait, that's all I'm hearing about. That's all I can think about. When should I either call a doctor or get tested?
You need a test.
Well, I hope not. I asked you before you came in if they've been temperature checked.
You better not.
The Vice President gave an important statistic this morning. Only 10% of the people who have symptoms who've been tested actually tested positive for coronavirus, meaning 9 out of 10 people who actually likely had symptoms do not have the coronavirus. So I want people to understand that so that they are reassured. I also want to direct people to a website we've been telling them about all the time, coronavirus.gov. Coronavirus.gov has information to walk you through the symptoms, fever, cough, shortness of breath, body aches, and what to do if you have symptoms or you're worried. The most important thing we can tell people is call your healthcare provider, talk to your healthcare provider. Information is at coronavirus.gov to walk you through when to come in and when and what to do.
And Mr. Vice President, you got tested yesterday. I'm just curious, sir. Can you tell us what that was like for you? A lot of people are going to be going through this. Were you stand by the phone? Were you just having a nice tea? I mean, what was that like? And what did you do to kind of fill that time to keep your mind at ease?
The test was very quick, but it goes a fair amount up into your sinuses, and it's not comfortable. And that's the reason it probably is a good opportunity to say again to any American looking on. If you don't have symptoms, you don't need a test. The current testing format, although they're evolving regularly now, we just mentioned that we think at the end of this week there'll be a new test, and there's all new technologies. I would say again to all the governors that are looking on and their state health officials, contact FEMA. We'll give you all the latest information on new testing that is available, including steps we're making where Americans will be able to test themselves and send it in. What was that like for you? Well, for me and Mrs. Pence, it was kind of a pinch. It was kind of invasive, but we were grateful for the support. Walter Reed Hospital processed the test very quickly. They had a lab at the hospital to be able to do that, and gave us the results quickly. But it also informed me. We were wondering during that time as a family, and it's one of the reasons the president's made it such a priority that we brought all these commercial labs together And now more than 250,000 tests have been done. We believe we'll be caught up, if you will, by the middle of this week on a backlog of tests. But we announced today that we are directing commercial labs to prioritize people who are in the hospital for tests, as we want to continue to work with new technology and with the new focus and guidance from HHS to get the results of that as quickly as possible for every American. So if they have coronavirus, they can be properly treated, or they can have the peace of mind that they may have some other respiratory ailment, but not that.
Mr. President.
You know, anybody that knows Karen Pence knows this, because the Vice President told me. He said she actually handled it better than him. Right? That's true, right? I didn't handle it so well either. Don't worry about it.
President, Speaker Pelosi earlier today said that the House may introduce its own bill. A, are you willing to work with the Speaker on a House bill? And given what happened in the Senate just a short time ago, what are you willing to do to get this bill over the finish line, given the urgency? Secondly, did you send a letter to North Korea's Kim Jong-un seeking cooperation with the coronavirus? And if so, what type of...
With numerous countries. If they need help, we'll give them help. There's nobody has what we have, especially with the new tests that are coming out. North Korea, Iran, by the way, and others. We are open for helping other countries. And there's a very serious time, and North Korea is going through something. Iran is going through something very, very strong. Iran is really going through a very difficult period with respect to this, as you know. So I've put it's really a glad hand, it's all it is, to North Korea, to Iran, and to many other countries. And we're working with, as the doctor can say, we're working with many countries with respect to the problems that they have. Again, it's over 140 countries right now, but North Korea, Iran, and many other countries, we will help, and we're willing to. As an example, this new test, if this new test works out, where instead of going through what we all went through with this rather difficult test, to put it nicely, we would have, is that just a swab on the tongue, doctor? Or how does that work?
It's a similar swab, but we're going to do it in the...
Not to the same. It doesn't go all the way up and hangs right under your eye, right? So it's a tough test. So if we do that, the procedure, the test, and nobody has this in the world. Nobody has this. This is developed by us. We think it's going to be certified suit. We think it's going to be very good. But if we have that, we'll be able to help a lot of countries. Please.
What about Speaker Pelosi, sir? What about Speaker Pelosi?
We're going to work with everybody to see if we can get something done. Please.
Just to follow up on that, are you willing to work directly with Speaker Pelosi?
Yeah, we'll work with whoever we have to. We have to help the American worker. We have to help the countries from which the American workers, they came out of these companies that were doing phenomenally well. You saw where payroll was going way up, where wages were going way, way up. There's never been a time like this. We can't lose those companies, and we want the worker to be happy. And we're being, I think, more generous than anybody's ever been. We want to take care of the worker, but we want to make sure that when we win the war, it's only a question of, it's when, not if. When we win the war against the virus, we want to make sure those companies are ready to charge forward. Not that they've been disbanded because we were penny wise and dollar foolish.
There are factories around the world that produce medical protective equipment that are used in European hospitals. They've been certified for use at the highest level in European hospitals. Is the FDA and your administration willing to look at a waiver for that equipment to be sold from those factories?
Well, we were asked that question a little while ago, and the answer is we may, but we may not need it. We do a very high standard. Our standard is higher. Please.
Mr. President, I was hoping you could give some guidance to American families who are anxious about their financial futures. Earlier today, on one of the Sunday morning shows, the Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, was talking about the millions of Americans who are impacted by these shutdowns that are happening in cities and sometimes full states.
Yeah.
And Secretary Mnuchin said that this shutdown, this lockdown could last 10 to 12 weeks, perhaps early into June. Given that, would you consider another fiscal stimulus, another check to these families?
We're going to see what happens. Hopefully we won't need it, but we might. But we're going to see what happens. Look, the greatest thing we can do is win the war. The war is against the virus. That's the war. We do that, everything, I really believe everything's going to fall into place. It's going to be beautiful. I call it a pent-up demand. People are dying to go out to a restaurant. People are dying to go onto airplanes. I think there's a tremendous pent-up demand. You may be surprised to the degree. I think it's going to go very rapidly because this wasn't a financial crisis, just the opposite. This was a medical crisis.
Mr. President, did you or your family sell stocks?
No, I don't have stock. I own things that...
Make any alternates to investments in advance of this?
No, I didn't even think about it. You know, it's very interesting that you ask a question like that. You know, nasty question, and yet it deserves to be asked, I guess. What I've done by deciding to run, I knew this the first day. I said, if I win, it's going to cost a lot of money. It cost me billions of dollars to become president, to be president of the United States. In things that would normally be run at a certain thing, even people that don't like me because they think I'm too tough on the border. Now, some people love me for it, other people don't like me at all. You know, it's very funny. My wife, we were at a charity event in New York City. I had just announced that I was running, and we were at the Robin Hood Foundation at the convention center, which now we're going to be converting to hospitals for Governor Cuomo. Right? And I was walking in, and there was a smattering of boos and a smattering of cheers. I was getting both. And our very popular First Lady, she's turned out to be very popular. People have great respect for her. But a very popular First Lady said to me, that's strange. I've never heard anybody booing you. That was very early on, because I think I called for strong borders, or I called for something that other people don't like, you know. And I knew this would happen. I knew it was going to happen. But the fact that I ran, and I knew as soon as I announced, when I ran, I said, it's going to cost me a fortune. Not only in terms of actual costs. Look at my legal costs. You people, everybody is suing me. I'm being sued by people that I never even heard of. I'm being sued all over the place. I'm doing very well, but it's unfair. But I'll say this, in terms of running for president, and I don't think rich people, Michael Bloomberg spent now as a chairman almost $1 billion, and look what happened. I think it's very hard for rich people to run for office. It's far more costly. It's just it's a very tough thing. Now, with all of that being said, I'm so glad I've done it because, you know, there are a lot of rich people around. Got a lot of rich friends, but they can't help and they can't do what I've done in terms of helping this country. We are doing things. We got sidetracked by the invisible enemy, but you know when you look at what we've done, I said before with the veterans, with all of the things we've done, especially choice, but when you look at all of accountability, when you look at all of the things that we've done, rebuilding the military. The tax cuts, which thank goodness we had the tax cuts because we had cushion. Oh, and without that, this would have been catastrophic. We had a big cushion. I mean, with all of the losses that you've seen in the stock market, we're basically back. And with this horrible thing, if this would have happened before, you would have had nothing left. This was all cushion. But I will say that it cost me billions of dollars to be president, and especially with all the money I could have made for the last 3-4 years, and I didn't because I was being president. I have no interest in it. I'm allowed to. You know, I don't know if you know, George Washington, they say, he was a rich man, supposedly, relatively rich. And he ran the presidency, and he also ran his business. They say he had 2 desks. Nobody complained until I came along. I got elected as a rich person, but nobody complained until I came along. So it cost me billions of dollars to be president, and I am so happy I did it. Because who cares? Who cares? I'm really happy with the job we're doing, and I'm glad that this team and me are here for this horrible thing. I mean, it's a number of people have said it, but, and I feel it, actually. I'm a wartime president. This is a war. This is a war, different kind of a war than we've ever had. And when you look at the economics of the war, in the past we used to stimulate to get people jobs. Now we're stimulating to protect people because we don't want them to work, because we want them to stay away from each other. We don't want them to gather, social gathering. So we're paying billions of dollars more than that, so that they don't gather. They don't, because we have to defeat this virus, and we will. But it cost me billions and billions of dollars to be president, and I am so happy I did it.
Foreign countries, please. I realize that your priority is to Americans and, of course, this nation. But what about, have you ever considered supporting the foreign countries who are also fighting this global pandemic?
Well, we do help foreign countries. I mean, that was the other question.
Right.
And I'm honored to help. And the doctor has helped. The Surgeon General is speaking to other countries all the time. They're asking him questions. What do we do? Nobody's ever seen anything like this. They're calling our people all of the time. And yes, I have let it be known that we'll help people, including North Korea, including Iran, and including many other countries. It's very important to do that.
Are you considering any financial support for them? Let me quote to you two retired, a retired general and a retired admiral from the U.S. Global Coalition. No matter how successful we are in fighting the threat of COVID-19 pandemic at home, we'll never stop it unless we're also fighting it around the world. So financially, is there anything in the stimulus bill? And then are you considering
No, not in the stimulus bill, but we are very much, I mean, we give away billions of dollars for, as an example, AIDS in Africa. We're still fighting that battle. It's a tremendous battle, tremendous war also. But we're fighting it here, as you know, in 10 years. Now it's 8 years because I started it. Should have been started before, long before I got here, because they had the answer even before. But we're fighting that battle. Will be AIDS-free in approximately 8 years. It looks like that is going to happen. We're spending a lot of money, but we're spending a lot of money with other countries. If you look at the aid that we give to other countries, we give billions and billions and billions of dollars to other countries. And a lot of times I say, you know, we could save a lot of money, we shouldn't. And then they come in, I say, what's it used for? It's used to fight malaria. It's in countries that are very poor. It's used to fight AIDS in Africa. It's used to fight many other things. And I don't think I've ever said no. I can't. It's just so terrible. Countries that we have really, we're not involved with them very much, other than there would be tremendous death. Tremendous death. I mean, you could get a list, and I could get you a list. We give away billions of dollars to other countries, and we are giving away a lot in terms of everything, and probably we'll end up economically doing something for other countries. But when I'm presented with these lists, that yes, sir, in Africa we're fighting AIDS or we're fighting something else, I tell you what, I start off by saying, you know, we could save a lot of money, and then by the time they walk those lists into my office, I say, we have to keep doing that. That's humanity you're talking. How about one more question? Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the states that have not yet issued stay-at-home orders. So in Texas, for example, the hospitals have said that they expect to run out of beds by the end of April if the governor does not issue a stay-at-home order. Dallas County just announced an order. It's not.
Well, states have to call. That's a great governor. You're talking about Greg Abbott in Texas, and he's a great governor, and he knows what he's doing. A lot of the areas that he's talking about, a lot of the counties he's talking about are not very strongly affected. You know, it's a very different kind of a place and a great place. But I have total confidence in Governor Greg Abbott.
You're okay with the lack of uniformity?
Yeah, sure, because every state is different. Every state's different. I mean, Idaho, West Virginia, Iowa, Nebraska are much different than New York, than California, Los Angeles as an example, or San Francisco. They're much different. I mean, it's much different. The hot spots right now are state of Washington, and probably number one by far right now is New York. That's the hot spot like no other hot spot. And California is a hot spot, but New York right now is the leader. There's no question. All right, final question.
Thank you, sir. Your administration is backing a lawsuit to invalidate the Affordable Care Act. And given that people are losing their jobs now and need health care more than ever, would you consider rethinking your position on that?
Well, that's a lawsuit coming out of Texas again. It was headed up by Texas. And what we want to do is get rid of the bad health care and put in a great health care. And we will always, I will say this, I can make this commitment to you, the Republican Party is fully backing pre-existing conditions. Now, if we could get a great health care plan, which would need the House to do, but if we can get a great health care plan, we will only do it if we have pre-existing conditions totally back. So we're backing pre-existing, but we'd like to get rid of bad health care. Now, we are running the bad health care much better than it was ever run, and we're making it better. but it could be much better than it is. And so what we want to do is terminate it, have a great health care, but we will only do it with pre-existing. We will back pre-existing conditions. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll be back. We'll have a meeting tomorrow.
This is Mario Diaz-Pilar, not Jose. If you wanted to clarify that, you had said Jose.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, did it take Jose? I watched Jose on NBC. Thank you, sir. Okay? Thank you, Mario.
Hey, y'all, I'm not making a joke, but be honest. I'm not making a joke, but be honest. Doesn't the president, he ain't got no neck, but he can't hold his head up. Y'all notice that? I'm not making a joke. Y'all notice, he be like this, he be like, hold his head up. Like he can't hold his head up. Tell the truth. Did y'all notice that? Look at him now. You can see he hold his head down. He's like, like he can't hold his head up. Listen, you gotta get there early to get what you need. Oh, we ain't got much to work with. Now if they have some chicken there, okay. They open at 6 in the morning. I'm gonna see if I can get up there and be there when they open. Matter of fact, I might just take the bike in the backpack, cause I mean we're not getting much, but get up there real quick before and be one of the first people in there. See if I can be there when they open the door. So we're not gonna stay on late tonight. We're gonna ride up there and be the first people there. See if I can get a pack of chicken. If I can get a pack of chicken and get some and get a can of tuna fish. A pack of chicken is like $7. So that will leave $3. I should be able to get a couple cans of tuna fish, or a can of tuna fish and a can of chicken noodle soup. So that'd be good. I just said that out loud. He will hold his head up for 73 years. His neck is tired by this time. Now, you notice most people that don't have no neck, don't have no problem holding their head up. You know, people get like whiplash and, you know, because their neck too long. You see people that had them long necks, they got the big head on top of them, like, nah. People that ain't got no neck. You ain't supposed to be able to snap that neck back. But he like this. He's like, when he's in front of the camera, he's like, ha. And then he's like, yeah. So they're like, oh yeah, that's right. So that means he walk around like this all the time. You know? I'm not making fun of him, man. Hey, driver. Where you been at? You missed the press conference. You coming with us to the market tomorrow? We got $10. I'm gonna try and get up there and get a pack of chicken before they sold out. I'm gonna be out there when they open the door. I'm gonna be right there. We're like, you open, let me in. And I'm gonna race right to the chicken aisle. I didn't know he was 73 years old neither. I didn't know he was that old. I thought he was like 60 something. I didn't know he was that old. So I'll leave him alone. I just wanted to know if y'all saw that. I told you, I watch people. I watch what they do. I wasn't making fun of the man. I was just saying that y'all noticing. Because I'm wondering, you know, I don't have much of a neck neither. That's what I got to look forward to. Be like, hey, welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick Show. Hey, everybody. You know, hey. That's all I'm saying. Now it says replay from the beginning. We got stuff to look at, dear. Liz said Bernie is 78. I don't care how old they are, as long as they doing their job. Okay, did this one of the links? I might actually just pull them right out. It been so long now, I forgot, y'all. Skip ad. Okay, we can skip that one. I saw that one, and we can skip that one. I don't want to get flagged. We can skip that one. I think he might flag us. Let's try this one. I want to get flagged for something good. All right, y'all, let's get it.
You might think it's a cold, and it could be, but COVID-19 could escalate. Here's what you need to know. According to the World Health Organization China Joint Mission on COVID-19, as of February 20th, 80% of laboratory-confirmed cases were mild to moderate, 14% were severe, and 6% were critical. Just to be clear, a mild case of COVID-19 is not like a mild cold. The symptoms will still be pretty severe. Anything less than needing oxygen puts you in this category. Severe cases do need supplemental oxygen, and critical ones are defined by respiratory or multi-organ failure. The symptoms, treatments, and timelines of having the disease vary, depending on which category patients fall into. So let's break down what having COVID-19 looks like day to day for each level of severity. It can take as few as 2 or as many as 14 days after being exposed to the novel coronavirus for the first symptom to develop. This is when it might feel like a cold or the common flu. Many patients develop fevers early on. The World Health Organization China Joint Mission saw that about 88% of people who had COVID-19 had a fever. Another study out of China showed that while only 44% of patients had a fever on admission to a hospital, 89% eventually developed one. But there have been some cases that led with gastrointestinal symptoms. Diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, and/or abdominal discomfort may appear a couple of days before respiratory symptoms. This isn't the norm, though, because COVID-19 is a respiratory disease. That means for most patients, the virus will start and end with the lungs. In the early days of infection, the virus invades lung cells. Specifically, this can damage the cilia, the hair-like projections that move around to keep airways clear of mucus and debris. When cells get infected, they die and shed off, adding to the debris and hindering your body's ability to keep stuff out of the lungs and trachea. The inflammation causes damage, and damage causes more inflammation, and this cycle could continue until there's no healthy tissue left. And inflammation might explain why a dry cough is one of the most common symptoms. Same goes for shortness of breath and phlegm production. Other symptoms that can appear around this time are fatigue, sore throat, headache, joint or muscle pain, chills, and a runny nose. By day 5, patients with pre-existing conditions might find that they have trouble breathing, and it usually takes about 7 days for a person to go to a hospital. Mild cases, though, usually clear up by this time. But those with moderate to critical cases will have developed pneumonia, which can range from non-life-threatening to severe. Recovery time for these patients could be anywhere from a few days to weeks. For some severe and critical cases, though, symptoms can escalate into acute respiratory distress syndrome. ARDS is an illness that happens when fluid builds up in the lungs. Inflammation triggers a flood of immune cells that are meant to target
We can go back to the beginning later. I just want to get this out real quick.
The infection. They're usually isolated to infected areas, but sometimes the body goes overboard, which is when the immune cells start killing anything in their path, including healthy cells. ARDS is often fatal. In critical cases, it can lead to respiratory failure, requiring advanced life support, and this is most likely when patients head to the ICU. ARDS treatment includes supplemental oxygen and mechanical ventilation. The goal is to get more oxygen into the bloodstream, since the lungs can't. When this treatment doesn't work, the lungs are basically too flooded to get any oxygen into your bloodstream. That's the cause of most COVID-19 deaths. And even when a patient survives this phase, they could be left with permanent lung damage. SARS punched holes in some infected people's lungs, giving them a honeycomb effect. And these lesions have been seen in people affected by the novel coronavirus too. Early studies found that most people who die of the disease will do so within 14 to 19 days. And on average, people who recover are released from the hospital after 2.5 weeks. But with the most critical cases, recovery could take months. Once a patient is in the recovery period, it's possible that they could still be contagious. These people should work with their doctors and public health officials to determine when they're no longer a risk. As of now, there is no vaccine for the virus, so the best way to avoid getting sick is to avoid being exposed. COVID-19 spreads easily from person to person through coughing and sneezing, so wash your hands often and avoid close contact with people who are sick, and clean and disinfect surfaces that you use daily. COVID-19 should be taken seriously, but most cases are survivable, so stay home, stay clean, and don't panic.
I knew it. I knew he was gonna do that crap. No. Get it out of here. Get out of here.
At first,
you ain't gonna flag me. Get it out of here. Don't even try it. All right. Give me a second, y'all, because I'm going to go pull it. I still had this on. Hey, you. Close that out. You know you wrong for that. I ain't going to say nothing. Just deal with it. Where we at? All right. This 4-year-old just made COV panic buyers look very bad. A 4-year-old girl has become an internet hero after a video of her explaining the perils of panic buying has gone viral. The video was posted to Twitter by Giles Paley Phillips, who came across it on Facebook, where it was posted by her mother, Jen Legg. The young girl explains to an out-of-shop woman, Will guesses Jen, why the whole situation in her local supermarket is simply outrageous. Man, get this crap on my face. I ain't clicking no arrow. Come on, man. Let me out. I'm trapped. I'm trapped, y'all. What's going on here? I don't want to show that. Come on, man. I'm gonna try one more. Oh, you know what? I don't think I got nothing to do with it. There it is. I got tricked, y'all. I got tricked. Read the full story. Somebody trying to set me up. Here we go. This 4-year-old. All right. Now we gotta wait on the animes. Come on with the animation. Come on with the animes. Come on. Come on. Look at all this stuff popping up.
Some food.
There is some food left.
Yeah, but there'll be no food left if they take all of it. And there's got no food left.
What do you think about the shelves?
If you came to Tesco and buy some, if you wanted food for your supper, why would they take all this food?
Because they're just being silly, aren't they?
Ronnie's told me before they've taken all this food, and that's why there's no food, like, There's no food left.
I know. It's ridiculous.
It is.
I know.
He's went to Morrison, but there's more food.
I don't think they do. I think Moses is the same as here. There is no food.
Joking.
I'm not joking.
It's a joke.
I know it's a joke, but that's what people are doing. Isn't it?
They're happy. They're really happy. They're taking all that. And they might get in trouble.
Well, they should be getting in trouble for taking all the food.
Yeah, they should. What if they take all the food? There'll be no food left to take all of, to eat.
But people have been greedy.
But that they're bad.
I know that. They shouldn't be taking all the food.
What? Do you need to call them? Why could they not? Why could you not go to their house and say, call the police to take them to jail?
You want to call the police?
Okay, I thought she was funny in that. And that got boring quick. Let me say the chat. Dave, go sit down, man. Well, where are we at? You said, BD, we have to work her on your background. You have to move. We have to work on your background. You have to move the minister Derrick part down some. It blends in with Jesus. Wait a minute, what is she talking about? Hold on, let me see. I don't even think we used that one. We got so many of them. I shortened it from Jesus of God to just Minister Derrick. It was too long. Liz said, I'm in the middle at this point. I want to see how Trump treats this issue. They are somewhat driver. Nine say yes to driver. Liz says it blends with Jesus and God. She said, BD, so you can have the virus and never get sick. It's possible. But at some point you get sick, I believe. Liz said, sorry, y'all. I have my nails. Typos are expected. Liz said, the driver exactly, and people are just shopping around, infecting everyone. How can it be controlled? Liz said, we don't have enough testing. Think of all the people just spreading this stuff not knowing. The driver says, well, if it only kills 5% of people, why is everyone going so crazy? The percentage is very low. Liz said, that's a good question, driver. They don't tell us anything about the people who die. Driver said, I could be wrong. He said, I bet there are a lot of infected people that just don't know. The numbers are not accurate. Naya says, Liz, have a look at this guy. I seen an interview with a man that beat the virus last night. The driver says, I will put the link in. I don't want BD to get flagged. It depends on where it's from, the driver. This is from Facebook, so we shouldn't get flagged for this.
Hour. We're going to say good morning together now to a guy in Ohio in his hospital bed because he's being treated for the coronavirus right now. Now, at first he said, I didn't think I would survive.
Protect yourselves. Do not go in the crowds. Do not shake hands. Stop hugging each other. Wash your hands continually. They don't know how I got it. No one in my circle that's been sick or exposed.
Kevin Harris is joining us now. Good morning from, I think, St. Joseph in Warren, Ohio. And Kevin, at least you have the breathing apparatus out of your nose. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I just found out 2 days ago I'm gonna live. I'm actually excited.
We're excited too. Was it that bad? Were you touch and go?
Oh, no, it wasn't touch and go. It was all go. It was bad.
Did they tell you in what critical condition that it put you in that bad of a condition? Why don't you tell me about how you felt, Kevin?
Well, actually, I run on an elliptical for an hour every day. And my diet is really strict. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I've never done drugs of any kind. I'm super healthy. Even my heartbeats per minute at rest are 40 beats per minute.
Oh, wow.
So I'm in pretty good shape. And the virus was like, oh, I'm gonna fix you. You think you're healthy? Let me show you what I can do to healthy people. And it started turning my lungs to glass.
That is such an incredible way to describe it. Go ahead.
The more I rest, the sicker I got. And it's really weird because it lets you feel better when you lay down, when you breathe slow, but the whole time, your lungs and your body is defeating the whole purpose. You start to turn to glass and it crystallizes and more of your lung capacity is taken away from you. But when you get up to move, your air drops to half, your air consumption, you choke, you throw up, the pain, the headache, everything comes back when you move, but that's what keeps you alive. It helps your immune system to fight back. But the virus makes you feel good about laying down. It's almost like a high because you get this feeling that I just want to lay here forever. But you know if you breathe, you're getting less and less and less oxygen, and sooner or later you're going to go into respiratory failure and cardiac arrest. So they
make you get up then?
Oh my God, yes, they make you get up. And when they make you get up, you throw up, you cry like a little baby. And I can remember the first time it happened. After I threw up, I could breathe. So the next time around, I tell the nurses, no matter how much I beg, do not lay me back down. Make me go through it. It takes about 20 minutes to go through one of those episodes. But once you get to the other side of it, you can breathe a little bit better. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. You think you're gonna die during one of those episodes. You know you're gonna die, but then you don't. When just the opposite, when you lay in the bed, the fever goes away, the headache goes away, the body pains go away. You feel this relief come over your whole body, and it's killing you.
Wow. Kevin, I have never heard anybody explain these episodes as well as you just did. Now I can see why there's such panic and alarm about ventilators and why people need ventilators and they're afraid they don't have enough in the hospital system in the United States. Did you have to be on one?
No, they did everything they could to keep me off a ventilator. And that's, another one of those misconceptions. I know they're only trying to help and keep people from panicking. But if you don't breathe on your own and your immune system does not kick in, you are going to die.
Kevin, I think that your words can be a big wake-up call for a lot of people who might be gallivanting around on a beach or, out saying, oh, I'm young. You got some advice, I bet?
Well, I'll tell you this. I didn't know I had the coronavirus. I thought I had the flu. Even when I came in the hospital, every doctor in this hospital said, you don't have the symptoms. It's not that bad. It doesn't go this way. It doesn't go that way. You have some very, very bad pneumonia. Until 3 days later when the test came back and they're all sitting there with their mouths open like, we don't know what to do. When your doctor says to you, there's nothing we can do and you need to pray and beg God for mercy. I've never heard a doctor do that before, but I heard that in this situation and I thought, that's what I said. Are you actually saying this to me? And, it came down to one of those moments of truth where they can either lie to you or they can tell you the truth because one day they got to see God too. And
Wow.
that's what it came down to. No one could
Kevin,
tell me I was going to live.
Do you know, are you St. Joseph's first coronavirus patient?
Actually, I am. And I'm the first one in our valley, in the county. And the thing about that was I own a body shop and construction. We do a bunch of other things. So I see 30 to 40 people a day, most of which I've never met before. But because I'm so, public and such a major public profile, I tend to find times to be alone for days at a time. So it just so happened that 10 days before I got sick, I hadn't spoken to anyone closer than 7 or 8 feet. And most of the places I went out of town, so people didn't know me, so I didn't have to talk to people. I was just in a Kevin mode, and I didn't want to be bothered. When I got sick, my son was coming home from school for spring break. My employees wanted to come over and check on me, and I wouldn't let anybody in the house. I kept telling them, you cannot come in here. Whatever I got, it is bad, and you don't want this flu. Because the doctor saw me for 30 seconds, and no test, no nothing, said, man, you got the flu really bad, and gave me Tamiflu and sent me home. And fortunately, that was the only place I had gone to. Now, the killer of all that is that law thing. I kept laying in the bed because I felt better when I laid still. And then one day I realized I'm not going to be able to breathe the next time I have an episode. And they got me to the hospital. And then, like I said, 3 days later, I got the coronavirus. No one thought I had it.
And it felt completely different to you. Isn't it strange how some people report, oh, I just had a sore throat, a bit of a cough, while other people like yourself, an exerciser, only 55, it has you in a hospital bed. Kevin, what are they telling you right now? How long may you have to be there? You've been there 11 days, I think. How are you now?
Well, to be quite frank with you, yesterday they said, there was nothing that we could do for you when you got here, so you're getting better and you're not on oxygen anymore, so you can go home and ride the rest of this out. You don't have a fever, haven't had a fever for 3 days. The problem is, they said, you have to be in total isolation, but you're not strong enough to walk, so somebody has to take care of you. I'm like, what? How do I be in total isolation, but somebody has to take care of me?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, how do I get home? Oh, we're going to call you a cab. Okay, so you're going to call me a cab? Who's going to drive the cab? My kids aren't going to come and get me. I'm not letting them anywhere near me. And, well, I asked them, are your kids going to take me home? They looked at me like I was stupid. So now, we don't know what we're going to do. I do know that until I test negative, they're going to have to pull me out of here kicking and screaming and just throw me out of the hospital, because I was lucky and fortunate that I did not expose hundreds of people that I normally see during a week to this virus, simply because I wanted to be alone. So God had me in that mode where I just wanted to be alone for a while, but it saved my community. And now you want to throw me out there. I haven't had a negative test. I've actually had 5 tests. The first 3 came back bad. The 4th one came back, and then they did a 5th one 4 days ago. And when I asked for the results, they said, well, the CDC said we took it too soon, so we don't have any results, but we're going to send you home. And like I said, now they're trying to figure out, how do you send me home to total isolation, but I got to have somebody take care of me because I can't walk?
That might be the first time that a complication like that has been illuminated for us, and that is, are you strong enough once you have this to go home, but you have to self-care as well as self-isolate, and that in itself, for many people's conditions, will be a contradiction. Kevin Harris.
Exactly.
And Kevin Harris, who's joining us right now from his hospital bed, I'm telling you, in Warren, Ohio. And he also wanted to point out, too, that he hasn't gone to exotic places. He went to Cleveland. That's as far as he got. And somehow has come down with coronavirus. Hey, Kevin, how are you passing the time?
Robin, I am so sick, I do not care.
Got it.
I don't care if I sleep in the dark. I don't care if I be alone. You know, one thing is that the healthcare workers are those, I mean, you talk about heroes, they come in here with smiles, they have children, they've even got people in the community ostracizing them for taking care of me. And these people are risking their lives and the lives of their families, but the community is rejecting them because everybody's scared of the virus. I've never seen anything like it. And yet they
not
still
do that,
keep
right? They are
coming
the
in.
heroes.
Yeah, and they know what I've been through. Imagine, they don't want this, but they've had to listen to my story 100 times, how it takes me an hour to get to the bathroom. My bathroom is 50 feet away from my bedroom, and I'd have to go 10 or 15 feet and lay on the floor for 20 minutes to catch my breath and then continue to the bathroom. I mean, this is real. And this is one of the reasons why they don't want to send me home now, because they already know I went through 6 days where I crawled to the bathroom or I made a ham sandwich on the floor of my kitchen because I couldn't get up against the counter and the table to put Miracle Whip on my sandwich. I ate my sandwich on the floor with my employees standing outside the door begging me to let them in the house. And I told them, no, they can't come in here. This is bad, Robin. It's going to be really bad for a lot of people.
Kevin Harris, we are all ears, and we're all hope for you too, that you continue to get better. I'm going to ask our producers to keep in contact with you. If we can send you right now a mental get well card, we all are. And Kevin Harris, what a strong guy. Hey, you know what I'm really grateful for? Your voice, your diaphragm, your breathing. You sound healthy. Your voice is strong. And for that, Kevin Harris, we are so grateful. Thank you.
All right, for y'all that think this is a joke, y'all think this is overrated. We showed you the video of what it does to your body. Now you just heard the man say that you want to lay down because it feels better. But then when you sit up, because at some point you got to sit up, because it's attacking all of your healthy cells in the lung tissue. And they died. And they supposed to be helping you breathe. Instead, they clogging up. They clogging up your windpipes. Your tubes, your bronchial tubes are being clogged up. Macaroni and cheese. I thought I had got shells and cheese. I don't care much for the shells and cheese. I don't like powdered cheese. I like the creamy cheese pack that come with it. But it's just a serving. It's not even halfway. But he's right about that. When I had the pneumonia, it was easier to just lay down. And I kept getting up, and they kept telling me you shouldn't be getting up. And I'm like, I feel better when I get up. You know? Well, I got the wrong kind. You can see, it's the giant name brand. The name of the market. But, hey, it's something. I ain't complaining. I'm ready to be eating something. But think about that. Even the people who go through it, It leaves holes in your lungs. The driver said everybody in your house had the flu. It skipped you for some reason. Everybody in your house had flu. You shouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have came home till everybody was better. You say you drive. I'd have got me a on the road trip. I'd have hired a niece or nephew or somebody to take care of everybody while I was gone. Shoot. David, go sit down. Get away from my scooter, man. Move. Move. You borrowing that scooter for? Y'all know I was getting ready to choke that cat. I told y'all that I had rigged the seat up. And you know, it folds down. But it don't fold down now because I got it rigged. I got that basket rigged to the back of the seat so I can't fold it down. But I usually have it on the side folded down. So it's actually on the scooter. You know, this cat got up in the chair and laid down, got comfortable. Took me daggone 10 minutes to clean her cat hair. So I said, if I ever see you on that damn thing, I'm not going to say nothing to you. I'm going to throw something at you. Why the heck you feel you got to touch everything? She ain't never even seen me sit in it. What make her think she gonna sit in it? And you over there again, ain't you? Go sit down somewhere. You gotta scoot along. All right, let's take the chat. Naya said, laugh out loud, add some protein in the next time, chicken or tuna. They said, okay, so what do you think will solve this? They said, if it was a strict lockdown for 30 days, maybe the virus wouldn't spread. Naya says, go Davey. Naya said, yesterday the funeral home canceled the funeral for my family altogether. Bad times. The funeral is not for the deceased, it's for the people left behind. The people left behind need to be worried about the virus. That person is gone. They ain't got no chance of getting it. But y'all do. Y'all just gonna have to pay y'all condolences in a different kind of way. It ain't gonna matter to the deceased because they ain't gonna hit. It's for the ones left behind. But Liz said all this happens like that. Now, y'all heard Trump say that if the Chinese had came earlier, they might could have stopped this, but they was too proud. So, All right, let's look at the country today. Matter of fact, let me do a refresh. All right, y'all, here we go. Let's get it. Let me pull up the chat. Liz said, yes, it's normal to pay respects to the deceased. I agree, Liz, but are you trying to be the deceased? Getting people together is going to have you going to more funerals. In bad times, sometimes we have to make sacrifices. When all this is over, you can have the funeral. You don't need the deceased there because it's not for them. They're gone. It's for the people left behind. So y'all can get together anytime and have a funeral or have a gathering or a party. Or if you got videos, y'all can sit and watch videos of the person. But let's deal with this first. You know, so that we don't have any more funerals to worry about. So I understand why they canceled it. It's still going to hurt, but I understand. Travis says, BD, every time someone gets a cold, people are going to fear being around them. That's a good thing. You got a cold, get out of here. Stay in your room. We're going to bring you food. When you got to go to the bathroom, let us know so we can all go downstairs. When you go and come back, the strongest person is going to come up with the Lysol, and we're going to spray your door handle, the bathroom door handle, the rug you walked on the floor. We're going to spray it and mop. We're going to go in there and we're going to clean the floor, the door of the bathroom, both sides of the handle. We're going to clean the floor. We're going to clean the sink. We're going to take your wash rag out and put it in some plastic and take it right down. Anything you touched in there, you took a shower, we're going to take your towel and we're going to wash it. We're going to clean that toilet, around the toilet. If you get in the shower, we're going to scrub the shower. This is what's got to be done every time you make a movement in the house. Somebody is going to come bring you your meals. They're going to vacuum the rug on their way out. We're going to spray some Lysol and close your door. That's what you got to do. I'm sorry, it sounds cruel. That's what you got to do. Now, people still, want to play around. I ain't doing all that, okay? Then when you wind up in the ER, hey, it sounds cruel, but you got to do what you got to do. In the United States, there are 32,783 cases, 416 deaths, recovered 178. It was 171 yesterday, wasn't it? Active cases, 32,189. In mild condition, 31,394, 98%. And critical condition or serious, 795 out that 32,189, 2%. Closed cases, 500 194. 178, 30% have recovered or discharged. 416, 70% have died of the closed cases. State of New York, 15,168, up 4,796. Total deaths, 114. New deaths, 58 today. Active cases, 15,054. Washington, 1,996. 203 new cases. Total deaths, 95. One death today. Total recovered, 124. Still 1,777 active cases. New Jersey, 1,914. 587 new cases today. 29 deaths, and 5 of those were today. 6 have recovered. There's still 15,520 still active. Illinois, 1,049 cases. 296 new cases today. 9 deaths, 4 of which were today. Nobody has recovered, and you still got 1,026 people still active. Michigan, 1,035 total cases. 248 new cases today. 9 deaths, 4 of them today. 1,026 people still infected. Florida, 1,007. 348 new cases today. 13 deaths, 1 today. Nobody has recovered. You still got 994 people still infected. Louisiana, 837 total cases. 252 new today. 20 total deaths. Deaths today, 4. Nobody has recovered. Still 994 infected. Louisiana, 837. 252 new cases today. 20 total deaths. 4 deaths today. 817. Nobody has recovered. Massachusetts, 646. 121 new cases today. Total deaths, 5. 4 of them were today. 1 recovered, 640 are still infected. Georgia, 600 cases. 45 new ones today. Total deaths, 23, plus 9 today. 577 still infected. No recoveries. Texas, 598. 125 new cases today. 6 total deaths, 1 today. 11 have recovered. 581 people still infected. Colorado, 591 total cases. 115 new cases today. 6 deaths, which is 1 of them was today. No recovery, still 585 infected. Tennessee, 505 total cases. 134 new cases today. 2 deaths, 1 which was today. Still 503 people infected. So 2 died. Everybody else is still infected. No recoveries. Pennsylvania, 479 cases. 88 new cases today. 3 deaths. One of which was today. 476 people still have it. So take the 3 from the 9, that's 6. 476. Nobody's recovered. Wisconsin, 381. Plus 100 new cases today. 4 total deaths. No new deaths, so nobody died today. 1 person recovered, 376 still infected. Ohio, 351. 104 new cases today, 3 deaths. Nobody died today, no recoveries, 348 still infected. North Carolina, 255. Only 9 cases today. Great job, North Carolina. No deaths, but nobody's recovered either. Maryland. Man, we ain't jumped. Goddamn, we was at 100 and something. 244. Plus 54 new cases today. 3 deaths. 1 person died today. 4 have recovered. 237 still infected. Are you serious? Connecticut, 223 plus 29 today. 5 deaths, 1 of which was today. No recoveries, 218 still infected. Virginia, 219 cases, 67 new cases today. 3 deaths, 1 which was today, 1 recovery, 215 still infected. Mississippi, 207 cases, 66 new cases today. 1 total death, no recoveries. So 207, 206 are left. 1 died. Indiana, 201 cases, 72 new cases today. They've had 6 deaths. 3 people died today, which leaves them at 195 total cases. South Carolina, you still there, the driver? 195 total cases. 22 new cases today. 3 deaths. Nobody died today. Nobody's recovered either. You're at 192. So nobody's recovered. That's not good. Nevada, 190. 29 new cases. The way they locked the place down, they got 2 deaths, none today, nobody's recovered. They still got 188. Utah, 181. 45 new cases today. 1 total death, and that was today. 180 people still infected, no recoveries. Minnesota, 169 total cases, 31 new cases today. 1 death, not today though. 24 people have recovered. They got 144 people still active. Arkansas, 165 cases, 47 new cases, 6 total deaths, and all 6 of them was today. That's rough right there. 47 new cases. They didn't have a death in Arkansas. They got 6 today. 159 still infected. Oregon, 161. 24 new cases today. 4 deaths, none today, and nobody's recovered. 157 still active. Alabama, 157. 32 new cases, no deaths, but nobody's recovered. So they got 157 and they still at 157. Arizona, 152 cases, 44 new cases today, 2 deaths, 1 of which was today, 1 recovery, 149 still infected. Kentucky, 99, 35 new cases today, 3 deaths, 1 which was today. They had 2 recoveries. 94 out the 99 are still infected. The District of Columbia, 91 cases, 21 new cases today. 2 deaths, 1 which was today. Nobody's recovered. 96. People still have it. Missouri, 90. 16 new cases, 3 deaths, none today, nobody's recovered, 87 people still infected. Iowa, 90, 22 new cases today, no deaths, no recovery. They still at 90. Maine, 89 people, 89 cases total. Today, plus 19, and they at 89. No deaths, no recoveries. Same thing with Rhode Island, 83, 29 new cases, no deaths, no recoveries. New Hampshire, 78, plus 13 new cases today. No deaths, they had 78. Oklahoma, 67 cases, 14 new today. They had 2 deaths, one of which was today, 1 recovery, 64 people still infected. New Mexico, 65 cases, 8 new today, no death, no recovery. Kansas, 64, 7 new cases today, 2 deaths, 1 which was a day, no recoveries. So they had 62. They lost 2 people. Delaware, 56 cases, 16 new cases today, no death, still at 56. Hawaii, 56, 8 new cases, no deaths, still at 56. Vermont, 52 cases, 3 new cases today, 2 deaths, none today, no recoveries, they at 50. Idaho, 42, 6 new cases today, no deaths, no recoveries, they still at 42. Nebraska, 42, plus 4 today. Same way, no nothing, no deaths, no recoveries. Montana, 34 cases, plus 7 today. Same thing, they still at 34, no deaths, no recoveries. North Dakota, 30 cases, plus 2 new ones today. Same thing, they still at 30, no deaths, no recoveries. North Dakota. Did I just do them while I do Montana? Well, let's start with North Dakota. two new cases, no deaths, no recoveries. Wyoming, 24 cases, 1 new one today, and no deaths, no recoveries. Alaska, 22, 8 cases today, no deaths. They still at 22. Nobody recovered. South Dakota, the same way. 21 cases. 7 new ones today. Oh, they had a death in South Dakota. 1 death. No recovery. So 21 cases, 1 death. They had 20. West Virginia. 12 cases, 1 new case today. No death, no recovery. They still at 12. Diamond Princess Cruise, 49. No deaths, but 49 active cases. The Grand Princess Cruise, 30 total cases. 7 new today. They on the cruise together, and they are quarantined. But you got 7 new cases today, 1 death. Not today, nobody recovered. They quarantined on the cruise. And they still had 7 new cases today. Really. Others, 59 plus 14, 2 deaths, 1 today, 57. So take out the 2 from 59, 57. Total in the country, 32,783. Total new cases for today, 8,565. That is terrible. Total deaths, 416. New deaths, 114. Total recovered, 178. And active cases out the 32,783, 32,189 still active. All right, let me check the comments. What y'all got to say? What y'all got to say? Is it getting better or worse? Is it getting better or worse? All these places where they doing these lockdowns, they still getting new cases. Liz says some people are not taking it serious and will still go out. Liz says she'll be right back. Naya said yes, driver, for certain they will be afraid. Naya says, okay, Liz, hurry back. Liz says, so how are all the celebs? Okay. Naya said, Liz, they seem to be fine. Liz said, right, Naya, they're getting special care. Naya says, Liz, more than likely. Liz said, my cousin went to Las Vegas for his birthday, believing he would have a good time. Boy, was he wrong. Liz says, I hate it for him, Naya. Look, as y'all see, with all the quarantines and everything, it ain't doing no good. It's doing some good, but every place got a new case. So the lockdown wasn't fast enough, or people not being careful and they still are infecting other people. Man. I want to go to the market tomorrow, but I'm thinking about holding off. $10 ain't really. I appreciate it, but I don't know if I want to risk it. I still got the bag of I still got that bag of chicken stir fry, and I still got the half a pound. I got the pound and a half of ground turkey in the refrigerator. I still got them the sausage links, and I still got a slice of ham. So I'm not hard up, but it would have been nice to get a couple cans of tuna fish, and if they'd had some chicken, it would have been nice to get some chicken. If they would have had it, but I don't know. I think I'll wait. Naya said, yes, Liz, me too. We told him to cancel the trip until things improved. Naya said he ended up partying with strangers in the hotel. Naya said, yes, because they're looking down. Their locking down didn't come soon enough. Well, if he partying with strangers in the hotel, how you know they ain't got it? Y'all do realize, y'all seen them subways. The places that got the subways, those the places the way you going to get the most infections at. Because you got them people in them little cars all crammed together and during rush hour, people standing up, and when the chain jerk, they fall on you. You know, people always got to put their hands on the doors and then hands on the walls. You know, it's going to happen. And you can name the cities that they got subways. Chicago, New York, Baltimore. Our subway is small though, but still. You got Baltimore, you got DC, New Jersey. Who else got a subway? California. When you got subway or light rail, you got a lot of people being crammed together. Plus you got people that take the mark. So, Liz said, we have a vacation scheduled in May. I'm wondering if we should cancel. Yes. Naya said, check the email, please. The email came in while I was reading. Let's see, that's a YouTuber. Hey. Oh, thank you, Naya. You had to throw that in there, didn't you? But I appreciate it. Okay, so let me go look. All right. Yes, sir. So we can get some meat and we can get some tuna fish. Liz said, I doubt things will be okay by then. Yeah, I don't think so either. Naya said he did not BDS. He could be infected. He went on a flight. Y'all got to realize that they had that thing in Florida. And you had people that came down from as high as Seattle. They had to come across the country to get there. So they had to go back across the country. And if they was, say they was on the Trailways or the Greyhound bus, and the bus stopped at 2 places in every state, they stop, they get off, they go walk around, or they go into there and get something to eat, get something to snack on. They touching them people. All you need is one. Then they get back on the bus. Because there was one person on the bus. They've infected 5. Because they all sitting on the bus near each other. Then you go to the next place. And they all going into the little diner or whatever. And they making their way across the country. That's why even one little small road trip can infect 100 people. Liz said her husband works in Florida. Naya said, we canceled, Liz. We headed to the Greek Isles. Like I said, he did not BD. He could be infected when he went on a flight. You can get infected by just going to the store. I'm fortunate. When I went to the market, I had my own cart. I had my own basket. So I was able to go in there, and my only concern was touching the products on the shelf. Luckily, the woman had her cart in the wrong way. But I like it that way because I was irritated at first, but then I thought, that's keeping a bigger distance. So whether she meant to do it or not, it was a good thing. So the woman in front of me, she had a cart. Her cart, she was supposed to be in front of the cart. She had the cart behind her. So that kept us at a distance. I like that. So like I said, we put the food on the witchcom, and then we put them. She put them in the bags, and then we tied them to the scooter. But I like the fact that I didn't have to touch anything. You know, only thing I had to touch was the pin pad. Once again, thanks, Nia and Liz. So now we're going to the market first thing in the morning, try and get in there and see if I can get a pack of chicken or a pack of ribs, or a pack of pork chops, or a pack of something. Even if it's boneless chicken, even if it's the chicken thigh quarters. I've been eating a lot of, like sausage and bratwurst. It'd be nice to have some chicken. Liz said he traveled while all this was going on. Everything in Las Vegas was shut down. Liz said that's why I'm concerned for him. He was flying. Naya said the same. Liz hubby is quarantined on base indefinitely until this passes. Naya says the virus has reached all 50 states in the United States, and 6 states are on a mandatory lockdown. Well, we just went state by state. We just went state by state. And actually, take that out. That's 4 days ago. 4 days ago. 10 hours ago. There you go. Now you can talk to me. 10 hours ago, I'll talk to you. I wasn't trying to hear that before. 10 hours ago, I'll work with you. I will work with you. Ten hours ago, I'll work with you. All right. $244 confirmed cases, 3 deaths so far as of 10 a.m. this morning. And if you look, you can see exactly what I said. This is Baltimore City and this little block right here. See this little square right here? It's not really a square. This is Baltimore City. All this is Baltimore County. See that? Baltimore County surrounds, like I said. And it goes all the way around. It goes all the way around Baltimore City. And like I told y'all, see how they got them in red? Look at that. 83 in Montgomery, 40 in Prince George's. These are the money. These are the money states right here. That's the money right there. You see Howard right next to him. See? The state capital is in Anne Arundel. But Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Anne Arundel and Baltimore County numbers are very similar. Howard County has 24. You see 18 in Anne Arundel, 28 in Baltimore, 24 in Baltimore City. Harford County got 5. Cecil got 1. See how you get further and further out? When you get away from the Richies, Queen Anne got 1. Caroline got 1. Talbot got 1. But Anne Arundel got 18. They right here by the Richies. People in Anne Arundel County and the lower part got money too. But Charles, only 5. Calvert 2. St. Mark's 1. Wacomico 2. See how when you get away from the Richies? See how the numbers drop? Washington County only got 1. Frederick got 1. And Carroll got 4. So as you can see, when you start to get away from the Richies, the numbers drop. As long as you sitting in this corridor by these rich people right here, that's where the stuff is. Because those are the people that's moving. Those are the people that's moving. Oh. Montgomery County got 83 and Prince George's got 40. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm just looking at my state. Y'all mean look at y'all's. Let me know. I pull it up. Y'all mean to look at y'all state individually. God darn. That's rough right there. That's rough right there. Naya said, I was able to get plenty of chicken. I wish I could ship it to you. Naya said, I don't trust the numbers. Oh. Well, we going out this morning and we going to try to sneak in and try to sneak out. We're going to try to sneak in and we're going to try to sneak out. Hopefully I can get there bright in the morning and everybody be going to work. And when we think, well, it's 6 in the morning, hopefully people just be getting up and they ain't thinking about the store. But we got to get there early. I just know if I can get a pack of any kind of meat, it will be great. I really enjoy the chicken noodle soup. If I get a chicken noodle soup. Now, if we can get 2 packs of chicken, that'd be great. If we can get a pack of chicken and a pack of pork chops, if we can just get 2 or anything, it'd be great. Because it's coming down to the wire. Yeah, what's today? Today the 22nd. So you got 23rd, 24th, 25th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3. So we only got 11 more days to go. Sam Cassell says, wear your N95 mask. You know, that might not be a bad idea. Naya said, Naya, I'm going to leave out here about 5 something in the morning. They open at 6. So I'm going to be there at 5 something in the morning. So I want to be there sitting outside waiting for them to open up. I'm going to be out there waiting. Naya, you didn't get what he was saying. But I got you covered. This is what he talk about. I don't know why this thing acting so damn stupid. I don't know how that happened. But thanks for letting me know what happened. I still gotta figure out how to get that selfie stick to stay to the handle. Alrighty, y'all. Shreveport, Louisiana. Thelma Williams Hospital has been in the hospital for 3 weeks and 2 days. She hasn't seen him since Wednesday morning. It's hard going 1 day without seeing him. Come on, man.
Hi, my name is.
Let nobody actually do all that, man. I can read. I ain't actually do all that. Seriously. But now that you exposed this already, we're going to play it now.
But those precautions leading one family to wonder when they'll see their loved one again.
Right now, he's thinking that I deserted him because normally I see him every day.
Thelma Williams' husband has been in the hospital for 3 weeks and 2 days.
It's hard to go 1 day without seeing him.
They've been married for 36 years, and when asked how long they've ever been apart,
never.
Her husband has been a patient at Ochsner Health, where there's currently a 0 visitor policy with limited exceptions.
He can't talk, so I can't pick up a phone and call him.
Her husband is recovering from a stroke.
Not seeing a face that he can recognize in his condition.
Ochsner is only allowing laboring moms, pediatric patients, or patients dealing with end-of-life situations to have one visitor.
To control this coronavirus, they are not taking chances on letting anyone come in. I understand that it's very important, it's urgent, it's important to keep people safe.
This father of 5 doesn't meet any of the qualifications to have a visitor.
It's really kind of difficult on the whole family, especially when you're used to going, seeing them every day.
All Williams is now left with is growing uncertainty.
I'm hoping this coronavirus will go away just as quick as it came.
Effective today at Willis Knighton Hospitals, for general adult patients, no visitors are permitted at this time, with some exceptions, including labor and delivery and pediatrics.
I got one problem with this picture. Why she got that baby sitting right there next to him? Why she got that baby sitting right next to him? Everybody explain that. Why she got that baby sitting there? Hello? No, the sound is on. I just looked at it. The sound is on. Why is that baby in that man's arms? What? I just showed it. Right there. That poor baby. You don't see that picture right there. What do you mean you don't see the picture? All I'm saying is he didn't have to grab that baby. She could have sat on the other side of the room or sat 6 feet away. He got the baby in the bed with him. Did they change his pillow? He's still using the same pillow? Y'all understand what I'm saying? What is that? Hold on a second, y'all. Is that you making all that noise? Okay, I still got to figure out how I'm going to tie you down. Oh, Lord, the whole thing just slid you. Oh, yeah, we got to figure out how we're going to tie you down. This might not work out. This might not work out. This might not work out. It sounded like a good idea. She acting like she don't want to work now. I don't know. Okay. All right, y'all. She acting like she don't want to work now. So I don't know. She acting like she don't want to work. I might have to figure out another way to mount that. She acting like she don't want to work. I'm just saying, she acting like she don't want to work. That selfie stick was a pretty good idea. But she acting like she don't want to work. You don't want to work? I ain't got no news for you. She acting like she don't want to work. She act like she don't want to work. I don't think we have any mounts left. What? I know those mounts broke. And I don't know, did I throw it away? If we still got it, that might. I don't know. It kept throwing the phone. Hey y'all, I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the I'm trying to figure out how I can tie it down. Now I know I can tie the 360 degree to the helmet. I took the daggone thing apart. But I think I can tie that to the helmet. But would that be able to grip on? Let me see. So what do we have free? That's free. Let's see here. See, got the music playing. That's my bad. So this was the easiest way to mount that. But it's $7 to buy a new one. We ain't got no stuff. Thanks for closing my hand. Is there any way to mount this? Is there any way to mount this? Is this too fat for the handle? It's not gonna stay. It's not gonna stay. No matter how you mount it, it's not gonna stay. Nope, it's not gonna stay. No matter how you mount it, it's not gonna stay. It's not gonna stay. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna mount it so it stays. How can I mount it so it stays? Nope. I might keep. Let's see. Maybe I can get it to sit in there and then tie it. Maybe I can get it to sit at the back. We'll have to see. But then I can't see it. If it's back there, I can't see it. That's the problem. If I sit it back there, then I can't see it. That's the problem. If I sit it back there, I can't see it, y'all. Now I might could sit. But that's still not going to help with the front. How do you help with the front? I'm trying to figure out how to mount. I'm trying to figure out how to mount the I think I can stick the I might can stick the selfie stick in the back of the seat right there, and it might not go nowhere because the basket will be holding it in. We might can get away with that. But if I put the camera there, then I can't see it. Onaya say this article is wrong. The man had a stroke, not the coronavirus. The picture is old before they stopped the visitors before coming in. Got you that time. I got you. All right, thank you, Naya. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. The man didn't have it. But because of the restrictions that the hospital put on coronavirus, people weren't allowed to see him. So he didn't have it. He had a stroke. And that's why she had to help him hold the baby. See? See how when you ask a little information, you get the whole picture. But the way they had it out there talking about the man had it, and that's why she couldn't visit. Well, like I said, it wasn't my article, so I'm not gonna. But you're right. I should have. See, I can admit when I was wrong. I wish other people could admit when they was wrong. Because I wanted to go Yoko Ono. Them daggone Democrats is holding our money up. Them Democrats is holding up our money. Daggone dimmies. The COV stimulus bill fails to move forward. McConnell cites obstruction. She got money. Some people need that money, honey. You trying to hold it. Government always trying to hold our money. Coronavirus stimulus bill fails to move forward. McConnell cites obstruction. So this election, everybody make sure that nobody votes for McConnell. We need to get out of there. We need to get McConnell out of there. A vote to advance the massive coronavirus stimulus bill failed on Sunday night in the Senate, as negotiations so far had yet to produce a deal on more than $1 trillion aid package. Republicans who needed 60 votes to move forward on the bill weren't able to win over any Democrats to proceed, meaning that no aid will flow to the economy, including checks to individuals, help for small businesses, and bailouts for big corporations until a deal is reached. Democrats say they are dissatisfied with worker protections in the bill, which was written by Republicans, and say the rules on corporate bailouts are too lax. We'll see what happens. I think we'll get there. President Trump said at the White House moments after the measure failed to advance, we have to help the worker. We have to save the companies. After the vote, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, representative of Kentucky, sought to have the vote reconsidered at a later time. Then all of a sudden, the Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and the Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi shows up, and we're back to square one, McConnell said, blaming Democrats for the obstruction. So we're fiddling with emotions of the American people, fiddling with the markets, fiddling with our health care. The American people expect us to act tomorrow, McConnell said, and I want everybody to fully understand that we aren't able to act Monday. It'll be because of our colleagues on the other side continuing to dicker when the country expects us to come together and address the problem. Schumer, Democrat of New York, said early this morning Leader McConnell presented us with a highly partisan bill written exclusively by Republicans, and he said he would call a vote to proceed to it today. So who is being partisan? He knows darn well for this bill to pass, it needs both Democratic and Republican support. Given more time, I believe we can reach a point where legislation is close enough for what the nation needs for all senators. All senators want to move forward, Schumer said. We are not yet at that point. The statement unfolded at the top grown Democrats said Sunday they're not yet ready to sign off on major CV stimulus package and will be preparing their own legislation as Congress attempts to ready the bill for passage as soon as Monday. Yesterday before 11 a.m., meeting between the top Republican and Democratic congressional leaders as well as Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. Pelosi, Democratic California, told reporters that from my standpoint, we are apart. Schumer told reporters at the meeting that we need a bill that puts workers first, not corporations, and declined to say whether he supports the current bill. Leaving Sunday's meeting, Pelosi said she will introduce her own legislative package, but that we are still talking with Republican leaders. She said that at this point, however, there is no bipartisan deal. The meeting came hours before the critical procedural vote on the Phase 3 bill. The text, of which has not been released, McConnell had delayed the vote from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday to give congressional leaders more time to hand out the details. Just before Sunday morning meeting, Democrats revealed that what they were still opposed to in the package. According to a person familiar with negotiations, Democrats say the language will allow for corporations to keep bailout money while still firing workers, that the bailout money will have virtually no restraints, and that they are very weak stock buyback restrictions. A senior Democratic aide told ABC News that Democrats are concerned the bill lacks specific provisions to protect people from evictions, foreclosures, or forbearance, and that it would allow for only 3 months of unemployment insurance. McConnell told reporters at the meeting that the Senate plans to move forward with this bill, and is hopeful and optimistic it will have bipartisan support. Make no mistake about it, we'll be voting tomorrow. I mean, the wheel has to stop at some point, McConnell said, and I don't want any of you to buy the notion that this isn't a thoroughly bipartisan proposal already. There's still some elbowing and maneuvering for room as you can imagine, but this is a pretty solid, bipartisan proposal agreement by a lot of rank and file Democrats who were involved in drafting it. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Republican California, said he thought the meeting was very productive and that both sides are very close to a deal. He added that he doesn't think Pelosi introducing her own legislation is productive. I don't know that we have time for that, he said, adding he believes it would do the country a lot of damage. Monitor report he's still optimistic about a deal, saying, we still think we have an overall understanding and we're going to try to get this on paper. One potential complication was the news Sunday that Senator Rand Paul, representing Kentucky, tested positive for the virus. Paul in recent days had contact with many other Senate members, and this announcement triggered a discussion about whether the Senate should immediately return home or self-quarantine. Senators Mike Lee and Mitt Romney, both Utah Republicans, said later that they will be self-quarantining for 2 weeks after having extended interactions with Paul and will have to miss floor votes. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican, Louisiana, said he is concerned that other senators could be affected. I am concerned with every American. This thing is incredibly infectious, so I am concerned about every American, he said. Now, senators, as a rule, tend to be a little bit older, so senators are at increased risk for complications, but by the way, not as high as risk as a nursing home, so we just need to be concerned. Democratic senators learned of Paul's COV test while in the state Democratic caucus meeting on Saturday, according to two sources with direct knowledge of that meeting. Roughly half of the senators were in that room, with the rest calling in by conference call. Once the Paul news came out, the senators on the phone urged those in the room to leave immediately and stop congregating together in the room. But other senators pointed out there's no provision for the Senate to vote unless senators are physically present and that they just can't all go home. According to the bill released Thursday, Senate Republicans are proposing giving $1,200 to every American adult with an income under $75,000, decreasing gradually after that and zeroing out at $99,000 income. Checks will fall to $600 for those with little or no income tax liability, and $500 will be added in per child. Meanwhile, Democratic presidential candidate Senator Bernie Sanders has proposed a universal $2,000 checks per month for the duration of the crisis. Other Senate Democrats have suggested quarterly checks that begin at $2,000 per person, decreasing over time based on economic triggers. The total package McConnell released costs roughly $1 trillion. Already, Congress has approved and President Donald Trump has signed a COV aid legislation that provides free testing and ensures paid emergency leave, among other things. So, the Democrats is holding the money up. I need y'all to remember them names when it's time to vote. I need y'all to remember those names when it's time to vote. I need y'all to remember them Democratic names when it's time to vote. They keeping you from getting your money. They holding it back. All right, No Night by Cash, send us a link. This is crazy. All right, y'all, we got something new here. Sick parents with 102-degree fevers denied COVID test as son begins vaccine trial. York, Pennsylvania. When Bridget and Adam Wirtz came home from teaching at their church on March 11 in Hanover, Pennsylvania, Adam didn't feel well. He was tired and just felt run down. He had a cough. The next morning, he woke with a fever. His temperature was 102. He stayed in bed. Friday morning, Bridget woke up having difficulty breathing. She checked her temperature. It was 102. They suspected they had been infected with COVID-19. Their doctor suspected that as well. And although they were at risk at becoming critically ill because of their ages, Bridget is 62, Adam is 63. They did not meet the criteria to be tested for the virus. The doctor explained that they had to have a fever of at least 103 or be ill enough to be let into the hospital to be tested. They stayed home and stayed away from people. Little did they know that 36-year-old Zach, living 3,000 miles away in Seattle, was participating in a project that has the potential to change the course of a global pandemic. Washington was the canary in the coal mine of the COVID pandemic in the United States, the first state in which COVID-19 was identified as having landed within the nation's borders on January 21st, as the rest of the country was still relatively complacent about the new disease, Thinking it was something that was confined to China, Washington state was bracing for the worst. When it appeared that the pandemic was inevitable, Moderna Incorporated, a biotech company headquartered in Cambridge, Massachusetts, was working on developing a vaccine. The company specializes in using what's called messenger RNA to develop a new generation of transformative medicine to cure viral diseases. Using a genetic sequence of the virus shared by Chinese researchers in January, the company developed what could be a vaccine, and in February, it submitted the vaccine to the National Institute of Health for testing. In early March, the company began working with the Kaiser Permanente Healthcare Consortium to begin tests of the vaccine, a lengthy and tedious process. Kaiser Permanente began advertising for test subjects in early March. A friend of Zach's mentioned it to him, and he looked into it. His business was decimated by the pandemic, he said. He runs a political consultancy, a company that tracks political candidates and videotapes everything they say in hopes of catching them saying something dumb. With the pandemic prompting candidates to cancel public events, Business dried up. There wasn't much work, said Zach, who company works for progressive candidates. My entire business depends on events, and if they're canceled, we have nothing. He looked into the ad and thought he could make a little money and at the same time help out. During this pandemic, it's easy to slide into hopelessness. He saw this as something he could do. I just wanted to help, he said. He called and after answering some questions, went from physical and spoke to a number of doctors. It was a pretty lengthy process, he said. At the end of the process, he could become one of the 45 people selected to be test subjects for the first phase of testing the vaccine, a sort of human guinea pig. For his trouble, he'll be paid $1,100. From mice to human tests, he and others in the initial trial of the experimental vaccine won't be injected with the live COVID virus. Instead, Moderna, according to his website, has been specializing in developing what's called messenger RNA to replicate the effects of the live virus. The messenger RNA, according to the company's website, contains a genetic code that instructs cells how to manufacture the proteins that make up the virus, which is then supposed to prompt the body's immune system to fight the toxic virus. In the first vaccine code named mRNA 1273, developed to battle COVID virus. No vaccine developed with this technology has reached the market yet, according to the New York Times. The trials will be critical. As one of the initial test subjects, Zach will receive a series of injections while physicians monitor how his body reacts, checking for side effects and drawing blood samples to see whether the vaccine has any effect on his immune system. He won't contract the disease and he doesn't have to be quarantined, although he said he's taking measures to reduce contact with others, the same as everybody else. Earlier tests have been conducted by researchers at the National Institute of Health on mice. This is the very initial stage of testing, a process expected to last 14 months. While the vaccine has been developed with remarkable speed, according to reports, it won't be ready for widespread use for 14 to 18 months. Zach asked about the risk of being a test subject and was told that it was low. I don't really understand the science behind this, Zach said. I do know we have a lot of smart people attacking this from a lot of different angles. Adam's fever broke Monday morning. Bridges broke the next day. A couple of days later, they still felt the effects. We're on the other side of it now, Bridges said. We just feel wiped out like we had the flu. They were staying inside and away from others. They hadn't known Zach was participating in initial tests of a vaccine until a friend pointed out a Facebook post in which he announced it. Apparently, it was in the news in the Seattle area. His mother wrote in an email he didn't think it was such a big deal, so he failed to mention it on our phone call on Sunday. Zach thinks he's just playing a small role in the creation of a vaccine. There are a lot of people a lot smarter than me involved in this. He said, I'm just showing up for appointments and keeping a diary. The science are doing the work. They're the ones doing the real work. I don't think this thing has a chance against that kind of brain power. Alrighty. So, because their fevers are 102 and not 103, they don't qualify to be tested. But their son is sacrificing himself to be a human guinea pig to help them develop a vaccine for COVID. Ain't that something? Naya said there are a lot of Chinese in Washington. I am certain they travel back and forth. Naya said, laugh out loud, fun business. That is all. Naya said, not worth the money. I don't know, for $1,100, I ain't. See. I don't know. And 1,100 might not be enough for you. I could do a lot with 1,100 right now. Shoot. Now, but I will say about the Democrats, they say for the people who don't earn enough to pay taxes, the Republicans want to give them 200 and the Democrats want to give them 600. So I give them that. The Republicans want to pay 1 or 2 times. The Democrats want to pay monthly until the market picks back up. So I had to I had to roll with the Dems on this one. This juice I got warm. Let me get a juice real quick. Let me hit that real quick. Oh, how long we been on? Okay, now 5 hours yet. All right. We got some rolls to go with these. Hey. Oops. Hey. Yeah, it's only 45 degrees right now. And we're going to have a high of 48 tomorrow. That's amazing. We went from 72 degrees. It's 45 right now. So how cold is it going to be? It's raining? Right now. So it's gonna be. Well, I got a rain. I got rain on my head. And then it will be 60 degrees on Tuesday. That's crazy. So you just gotta make sure it's cold when I go out, right? You just gotta make sure it's cold when I go out, right? Hey, that's what you're doing. So rain possible at 3:30. So when the rain gonna start? Look at that. 6 a.m. y'all. 70%. I'm sorry, 75% chance of rain. 7 o'clock, 80% chance of rain. Ain't that something? Nine per hour winds. Damn. Oh, they finished already? I was only put on 2 minutes. I'll give it another minute. I'm gonna get a drinky drink right back. She said, your mama look like oh, mama. That was frozen. Say the drama. Stop nothing with Obama. Hey, the drama for your sorry mama. She messing with Obama. Yes, she is. Don't care about the kids. Cheaper than the Katie did. Yo, mama. Well, all right, so I'm back. Ain't that boy iced up? I put some seasoning all on them. So. I know you're wrong for that. I don't feel like getting up. Ain't nobody else gonna eat off of it. Hey! That's how we do it in the ghetto. Matter of fact, give me something to plate getting hot. Not bad. Well, let me go over 6 hours, y'all. Ain't no night podcast. We taking a little break. You got any more links? As bad as I felt this morning, I'm feeling blessed to be eating. I'll be back out. Thank you, goodness. Yeah, we going to the market in the morning. You asking that question, nobody cares, no nobody cares. I got a question for you. Why every time I go to the market, it got to be pouring down rain? Somebody talk to me. Why every time I go to the market, it got to be pouring down rain? We just checked the weather. They want me to be there at 6 a.m. It's going to be pouring down raining. So every time I go up there, I got to get drenched. Links. Maybe we can get some meat. I don't even care if it's turkey meat. How does whether or not it rain have to do with that? When the rain not gonna stop me, might need a hurricane or something to stop me. The rain won't stop me, especially when everything waterproof. The rain ain't gonna stop me. You can look at 3 of the last 4 outing videos. We've been in all of them in the rain. So I'm trying to think, we only got I might can get that in the backpack. I'm gonna get some chicken noodle, and I hope they still got some what you call them? What do they call what are those things I make y'all? The muffins. What are them muffins called? Y'all know what I'm talking about, them muffins. I love them muffins. And we still got jelly. We still got butter for the muffins. Thomas Inks muffins. We still got butter. We still got jelly for the muffins. We need we still got mayonnaise, and we got relish for the tuna fish. Yeah. So we can get our tuna fish. We can get our mayonnaise. See, and as you just said it, 67 yesterday, 46 today. It's crazy. They trying to kill us. They are not for diabetic patients. Low sugar jelly, light mayonnaise, fake relish, chicken noodle soup supposed to be good for you. And all we looking for is some kind of real meat. Y'all ain't seen me eat a real meat yet. We need a real meat. Thomas and England muffins. I got fake margarine. It's fake. We got fake margarine. We got fake jelly. We got fake mayonnaise. We got fake relish. Everything is fake. You still complaining? it. God darn. Yeah, I can't stand raisins. Ew. With peanut butter, ew. They had bacon, I didn't get it. Number one, it's too expensive. Number two, I can eat a whole pack of bacon in one sitting. That's not good. That's not good. That's why I left it alone. But I don't know. I ain't spending no more for $5 on bacon. $5 for one sitting is just too much. That's just too much. The only good thing about bacon, it don't need no grease. Bacon is good though, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes it's good to cook some of them hard and cook some of them soft. But like I said, Davey, you already jumped. I ain't tell you nothing. I just said, Davey, you were on jump and got the way. At least you learning. I told you leave that daggone scooter alone, man. Keep borrowing that scooter for. What's wrong with you? This sugar-free A&W is addictive. You should try it on anybody can. This is addictive. That's when you got a frozen. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, she is a female. See, that's why I've been on here all this time, and I didn't eat online because I knew y'all was gonna start talking about it. Y'all not gonna sit here and pick on me the same way y'all told me not to go nowhere, and y'all can't stay out the daggone cars. I ain't paying y'all no money. Bacon is $9. That bacon will never move. That bacon will never move. I wouldn't even look at that bacon. I'd go right on by when he get a glance. They be looking on the camera. Damn, they ain't even look at the bacon. I try to find some turkey bacon. That's all. That's not bad though. Turkey bacon ain't bad. Turkey ground beef ain't bad. It ain't good as the real thing, but it ain't bad. It ain't as good as the real thing, but it ain't that bad. It ain't good as the real thing. Let me make sure I keep stressing that. But if you got a little bit of seasoning all on there, you can pretend. Actual stir-fried veggies. I'm saving that. I got it in the freezer. I'm saving it. I'm saving that. I'm saving that, boy. That's going to be when we down to the last window. When we down to the last morsel. I know I can squeeze 3 meals out of that. You just take, it's like this long, this wide. You just go 1, 2, and 3. And you take 1 clump out and you mash it up. Put it in the pan, spread it out, season it, cook it, flip it. Then when it's ready, you take the marinara sauce and you pour that on there, and then you chop it up and you stir it up. Then you take the cheese. You put the cheese on top. Then you take it out the pan, put it on the plate. You clean the pan out, you got the cheese melting on the beef. Then you get your stir-fried vegetables out the freezer. And you put just a little bit of water in the pan. Now you had the vegetable thawing, so you just put them in there, and you put a little bit of that sauce in there. Stir it up, a little bit of that marinara sauce. Let it cook. Come back, mess with them again, switch them all around. Come back again, turn them all around. Then when they look cooked, you go ahead and put a little bit of that fake butter in there. Stir that around, let that melt in for a little flavor. Then you take the vegetables and you put them on top of the cheese. Then you take a little bit more of the marinara sauce and put that on top of the vegetables. Just a light coat. And then you got your pizza stir fry. Surprise, surprise, surprise. And that's your vegetables. And that's your, you got your peas, your corn, your bamboo shoots, and whatever else they put in there. But it's all going to be good for you. So. Well, the one thing about the gum is that you could chew on it. Once you suck all the flavor out of the pouches, you say snap out of it, man. Shoot. What am I moved to here? I don't know why I keep hitting the Windows Media Player. I just don't know why I keep hitting that. So whenever you're ready, sir. Whenever you're ready. We'll just sit here and wait. Whenever you're ready, Windows Media. We'll wait. Whenever you're ready. I forgot what song I hit now. Whenever you're ready. This is Minister Bubba Derrick. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no moral. And you see what I'm all about. We get no credit. So I'm sorry, Naya. That's too slow for me. Where we actually have, where documents at? We actually have, because this is the original track. We actually have, what was that called? What song was that? Where is it? Hold on, we got it. What song was that? It got different names. What song was that? Is that it? I did it again. Windows. I think I'm retarded. You gonna spend all this time? Come on, man. Okay, that's the original. So now where are the vocals? So it's called something different. What is it called? That's a daggone shame. I got so many copies of the same song. I should just pull it up. This is Minister Bubba Derrick. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I do. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double stamp on us. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered soft. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no moral. And you see where the world is going to. We get no credit. So this is for those who are hanging on, who are remaining, who are hanging on to Jesus. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk around a stripe as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast world. So that's what it is. So where's the copy at then? Why don't I see the copy? Where's the original? Where's the original? Where is the original? I see the song, but where's the original? Where's the original? Is that what it called? Let's see. You gonna take all day to pull it up, right? Come on, man, got all night. Hey, this the vocals. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? That ain't the right one. We know that ain't it. We know that ain't it. Please. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's weird. I don't see it. What about this? Do a better job of naming these. This is Minister Bubba Derrick. I'm coming at y'all real. what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard, and we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered soft. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no moral. And you see what the world is going to. We get no credit. So this is for those who are hanging on, who are remaining, who are hanging on to Jesus. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I rock a heart of strife as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide. And if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning, come to God and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud. His desire is to keep me away from my God. The most people I come off as righteous, but if tempted, I might just do a few of the things that God can't stand. He frowns on every day. I've been reborn. I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. Sometimes I wonder, is it worth the bother? I remain devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, steal and cheat, seem content, while Christians like me, our time is spent struggling. It should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but how can you tell someone who's living it up to give it up when they're posted high? Doing right is a headache. There's got to be a better road to take. You know, a middle ground between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow. See, I'm not debating, but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I welcome all the strife as long as my name is in the book of life. So let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning, come to God and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. He's in heaven is my goal. This earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud. His desire is to keep me away from my God. It's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I use the word of God as my force, my resource. Becoming immune to the negativity that surrounds me. The devil has a bounty on my head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been drafted for war. But it's okay, the devil can play his mind game, but he can't hurt me where it counts. That's spiritually. He tries to distract me physically, financially, but these things don't mean jack to me. I turn my back to thee. It's not easy. It's in man's nature to be greedy. So I always want what we can't have. But material things nothing to me. Hey, don't make me laugh. A beautiful offense with a difference is all show. Cause both of these vehicles take me where I got to go. But if I cheat or steal, then I lose my protection. For a house, for election, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Whose goal is to own my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I welcome all the strife as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derrick. Let's get it. Yeah, now that was fun. Did everybody leave? see. You said, what are we listening to? Oh, and let's see. These are songs that I did live. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title. Let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal: if you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. That you need God, you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony cry never ceases. There's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you now, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this ground, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep smacking. Keep smacking. Keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping in this jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that we're witnessing to you, they gonna form a country with statues of idols over there. Nations of people who don't know God, only mythical concepts like a Babel was God. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, you feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever Let the Holy Spirit feed us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. All right, let me stop. Let me close that up. Oh my goodness. Oh, how long we been on? We still got 20 minutes. We gotta stop this in 20 minutes, y'all, just in case we don't go over. Let me, what's going on here? And he said, I understand that I'm sick and they know it, so I wasn't planning on going. My daughter went to get it for me. Oh yeah, I say give her. NSC said 5 viewers, BD. Cool. NSC said no, she's been ugly to me. I thought with the epidemic y'all be getting along. Yeah. I said yes, NSC, we're doing the best we can to make it. Thanks for asking. Yeah, she said, Naya, you and your family doing okay, I pray. NSC said, I like it, BD. Sorry, my head just hurting. And she said, good, Naya, you're welcome. She said, you going to the store 6 a.m.? Yes. Naya said, he believes him. You said, I've yet to see me make it. That's because we stay on here late. We not going to stay on here late. You say, yet to see him make it out early. Said he was sleeping now. You say, my daughter starts her online classes at 8 a.m. StreamYards to finish the semester. They're doing a virtual graduation in May. Sad for the graduation, but gotta do it. I thought it was her first year. She graduating already? Wait a minute. No, it's not the first year. Hold on. No. It's been. Time has flown by. Man. It been 4 years already? And 17. Oh, she finished up the second year. I said it was graduating that quick. I got done. I haven't known you 4 years. I came on YouTube September 2017. I think you came around in 18. Yeah, she got 2 more to go. Yeah, I just said, I know I'm crazy. I just hope that y'all get straight. You know what I'm talking about. I really hope that y'all get straight. You know what I'm talking about, NSC. I hope that y'all can work that out. But the sad thing is, we got to get past this disease. I mean, it's growing. In every state, it grows. How can people know about it and yet they still being careless? Yeah, 2018. Yeah. Should graduate in 2022. Well, hopefully that won't be online. You'll be able to go to the final graduation. I wish I could see the face of everybody who told me, you can't do no show. Ain't nobody gonna watch your show. Shoot. Yeah, we've been around since September 2017. Everybody I know said you won't get nobody to watch it. And see, well, we all scared. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm scared to go. I'm scared to go, but I got to eat. So, hey. Like I said, I really don't have to go tomorrow. I can wait till the next day, but I figure more people will be infected. The longer you wait, the more people are getting infected, the more chance you got to catch something. Y'all understand what I'm saying? The more you wait to go, the more other people are getting infected. So if you could go like one time and not have to go anymore, you'd be straight. So I know today is Sunday. And it's the 22nd, and we got the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30, 1, 2, 3. We got 11 more days to go. If I go to the market tomorrow, I won't have to go back for another week. So like I said, it's the can't or won't happen. No? Y'all see me in the stores, I keep to myself. I actually get irritated. You say what you want to say. I was flying up and down the miles. You say you try your best to keep going, then it just slaps you again. That's why I say I'm fortunate. It's just me and the cat, so I don't have nobody to pass it back and forward to. You say your daughter don't want to go out either. We pray for you every day, Naya. We pray for you every day, no night by Cass. We pray for you every day, Liz. I know I do. I pray for all of y'all. Every day. They look like the woman off of Empire or something. Or whatever that show is. I don't know who that woman is. That's on there now. I just typed in prayer gifts. And with the new update, the update that made us not have no volume yesterday and made us not have no volume an hour ago, that same update gave us the pause back on the record. So with the pause, I can put the animations in. And like the other day, we were doing the Soul Train. I like to put them Soul Train I like that we recorded them Soul Train animations and put something together. But and as he says, I truly appreciate it, BD. All of y'all, much love. That's why that woman make me mad. We really care about each other over here. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. You know, a lot of people are so used to there not being no rules in the chat that they can't make it. They can't make it in the chat. They can't control themselves. Instead of just talking about the topics, they gotta always try to bring in something from the roast sector. It's like they don't have nothing to talk about, and then when they try and talk about that, ain't nobody trying to hear it, and then they leave. That's why I say, you know, we talking about something. Next thing I know, yeah, and get the reason why I make videos about Tommy. Like, why are you bringing Tommy up? Oh, yeah, yeah. I said, I don't want to talk about no Tommy. Well, you know, and that's why I'm having them problems with Art. Yeah, why you bringing her up for? 5 minutes later. Yeah, just like that daggone Tommy. I'm like, yeah. God dog. That's rough right there. You gotta keep bringing up those two names. And then if it ain't that, then it's 7. I'm like, then True Freeman? Why do you keep talking about these people? You don't have no conversation that you can't stop talking about people on YouTube. You know? Donate by Cash got a link for us. So now we got to unblock the screen. Like I say, you know, I just like them animations for y'all. You know, they have something to look at.
Hey, everyone, do my bill. The world is coming to an end because of coronavirus. I think the world will come to an end because of the coronavirus crisis. You know, all the bad stuff been going on in the world. Yeah, all the crazy stuff been going on in the world all these years, all the bad stuff. You know, people getting arrested. You know, people fighting all the time. You know, people shooting all the time, doing drive-by shootings all the time. That's not good. People out here getting full all the time.
Get in that closet.
That's not good either.
Get in that closet, baby.
People breaking into people's homes.
What I tell you, move.
People stealing people's cars, stealing people's money, stealing people's clothes, stealing people's shoes, all that other stuff. That's why I think the coronavirus going to end as well. Because this world can come to an end because of coronavirus. Because coronavirus is a dangerous disease. It's a crisis going around the whole world, and right here in America too. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people getting sick and elderly. There's a lot of people already got sick and dying and elderly because of coronavirus. And I wish coronavirus could just go away, just disappear like that. Coronavirus could just disappear. That's why all these businesses, stores, and stuff are closed because of coronavirus. I think coronavirus will end the world. It can end the world. Coronavirus is a dangerous disease. The coronavirus, it can end the world. And it can end the world so easy. The world been crazy so long. And they got all the bad stuff happening on this LA, all the bad stuff like shootings and all that stuff. People get killed for no reason. That's not good. So me myself, I want to make the world good. I want to do a good job making the world good. Since nobody don't want to make the world good. That's why this is the reason why. This is the reason why we're dealing with this crisis right now. The coronavirus crisis. Yeah, I said it the wrong way. I try to say coronavirus crisis because how bad this was going to the point, this world can come to an end because of the coronavirus. Because people been acting bad in the world for years, doing all this crazy bad stuff, doing all this evil stuff, and that's not good. People been doing so many bad stuff. People been doing so much bad stuff. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now, because that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. What we doing right now?
Come on, y'all. Help him out, y'all. He only got 3 views. Why y'all saying poor? That's all she want. She have to wait. Oh, okay, well, you was the other one. I gave him 1 too. I stopped it because I'm watching the clock. If you let it go past 6, you can't edit the video. So if there was anything that we showed today that somebody had a problem with, we can't monetize it. And if they block the video, if they block the video, then we can't do nothing about it. So, you right. Some cats are mean. That cat that scratched me up, shoot, I booted her right down the alley. Threw her litter box out there behind her. You can live in the alley. Attack me while I'm asleep. Oh, heck no. Not gonna give me no heart attack. Sorry, y'all. It's 5:57 and 45 seconds. Let me stop this show and come right back. But if I don't stop it, I'm not gonna be able to edit it. So we gotta protect the show. Give me a couple minutes, y'all. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.